waiting for a couple of guests. They are on the way. They will be here. So give us 10 minutes and we are ready to start. Thank you. back, they could move in the front. We are, of course, expecting more people, but please move in the front. Feel free to come in the front. Shall we start the day's proceedings? Let's have the national anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. I invite Mr. Madhukar Nayak, President of Indian Environmental Association, to give the environmental oath.
Hello. Either sitting or standing, we take oath. This has become a national movement now. I mean, everybody is adopting this, and IE also has adopted this oath. This is environmental oath. So just follow me what I say. Better standing. Yeah. I pledge to make all possible changes in my daily life to protect the environment. I also commit to continuously motivate my family, friends, and others about the importance of environmental friendly habits. Thank you.
May I invite Professor Asolekar, Dr. Boralkar, Mr. Kulkarni on the stage, please.
Yeah, I will welcome all Dr. Boralkar, former member secretary of Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, also worked in CPCB and extensively did lot of job for CTPs and hazardous waste. Dr. Boralkar. Yes. Dr. Vijay Kulkarni did lot of work in NGT and handled many issues, complex issues, and he is also going to speak about CTP issues. Professor Shyam Asolekar, our own IEA member and director from IIT Bombay, and he's going to be holding the theme lecture today. Mr. Yogen Parikh, you are aware, IEA director, and he is going to speak, open the conference after a brief introduction about IEA from my side. Now I'll take not more than 5 to 7 minutes or 10 minutes from you. First of all, I congratulate the management of this Envirotech, Bhagyashri and Akshay. Are they here? No. So I congratulate them for, yeah. Just give a big hand to them. So they have managed the, come here, just introduce yourself to the audience. Mr. Akshay, MS Bhagyashri, for excellent management of this exhibition and conference. IEA is very happy to join hands with Envirotech on this third day of the conference and exhibition on the subject of the CTP. And we are thankful to them. Yeah, yeah. And thank you all for coming here. Uh, what I could see is that there is lot of youth in the exhibition. You would see some of the stalls run by the young entrepreneurs. Some of the new technologies have come in, and lot of development in this field is taking place. But there are certain complex issues like CETP, which needs lot of experience, lot of handling of the hazardous waste and complex kind of combined cocktail of effluents, for which now our speakers will throw light on. I'll just speak a little bit about IEA, that is Indian Environmental Association, briefly called IEA, is an organization which is working in this field for last 30 years. And our earlier presidents included Professor Arsiwala, Dr. Kantawala, Mr. Yogen Parekh, Professor Shyam Asalekar, Mr. Vishwas Kale, and now the responsibility thrust on me to take the mantle ahead. So I urge those who have not become the members of IEA to become members, become life members. We have two types of membership. One is the corporate membership and the other is individual life membership. And what you get in return is Newswatch, which is our monthly magazine spreading the information about the environmental issues. And we have this two major events, but there could be a few more, but minimum two events. One is the roundtable conference like this, which we hold at the expense of IEA. We have no charges for the delegates. And the other is Envirovision, where it is a 3-day program with lot of training sessions, lot of debates and discussions, and there would be some commercial presentations, stalls and all that. It is a combined thing. So I certainly urge all of you to become member of IEA and be a group of the community that deals with the environment. With this, I end my speech and I request Yogen Parekh to take over. He would talk about CTP and overview. Slightly change in program. Doctor, you would take it first? Yeah. Dr. Borag. बोलना पड़ेगा. You would take first? Yeah. So Dr. Boralkar would like to speak first and will shortly give the presentation here. No, not presentation. I think he's going to speak he has got extensive experience. Let me introduce Dr. Boralkar to you. Dr. Boralkar has worked in CPCB for a long time, and then he joined MPCB straight as a member secretary here, and in the capacity of member secretary he was responsible for conceptualization and construction and commissioning of many CTPs in Maharashtra. He is the one during whose tenure the number of CTPs in Maharashtra increased almost double-fold. And he also was responsible for installing the hazardous waste facilities and took a lot of initiative in the municipal solid waste as well as air pollution. So here is Dr. Boralkar for you.
Thank you very much. The topic Mr. Naik has given is CETP solutions, issues and solutions. Can I reduce this? Hello? थोडंसं मी मागे राहतो. Thank you. Hello? It's okay? बंद झालं. Hello? Yes. At the outset, I wish to thank Indian Environmental Association for giving me this opportunity to attend and participate in a program specially dedicated for CETP. CETP is Common Effluent Treatment Plant, and this is a subject very dear to me for good reason. I want to tell you little background to CETP, especially for the young people who are here. And many of you may be students of environmental science and engineering. The basic concept of CETP is foolish one. It is not wise to have a CETP. If you are a good student of environmental science and engineering, our education, or we have been told in our academics, when we learn treatment of effluent, the idea is to segregate various types of effluents, especially the toxic ones. Because when you go for biological treatment system, you can't have the toxic effluents. But then why this CETP is such a foolish idea has come into place? And that too, it has been brought by highly learned people of our country. As early as in 1982-83, my first posting in CPCB was in 1982, and assignment given to me was CETP at Wazirpur industrial area. I did the feasibility study. So this is what is the beginning of. Then that followed with WAPI, and then I will tell you why I am saying, because this is important to know for the people who are working in areas of CETP or effluent treatment, environmental engineering and science. Water Pollution Control Act came in 1974, and as per the Water Act, nobody shall discharge trade effluent into the sewer or any other place without prior consent of State Pollution Control Board. And in India, if you see at that time and even now, we have a large chunk of small and medium enterprises which are generating small or less quantities of effluent but high toxicity as compared to the large and medium ones. And any small scale or medium scale industry, it was techno-economically not viable to put up the own effluent treatment plant. And in CPCB, that time our national standards, minimum national standards, were designed in such a way that they are techno-economically viable. The turnover ratio of effluent treatment expense and the turnover should not exceed more than 2%. So whatever is the turnover of an industrial unit, if they spend 2% of their turnover, whatever they will achieve will be our standard. It's not 30 BOD, 50 BOD or 250 COD or so and so. So this was a paradox, and it was difficult for the small and medium enterprise that within 2% of that it could not. In some cases this ratio was going 4% in case of distilleries, sugar and molasses based distilleries. So then what to do? The law has one provision, and real practical situation is this. And the share of small and medium enterprise in employment provision, export, and was more than about 60%. And at entire small and medium sector, which is in full non-compliance, what option was left with Ministry and CPCB and other state boards to do? So this was really a challenge. So we decided that we will provide three things to these industries. One is we provide technology, we provide finance, and we provide land and other facilities, soft loans. Land, soft loan and technology. And industries should come up with their contribution as 15%, 50% loan, soft loan will be provided. 35% soft loan will be provided and 50% capital subsidy was given. 25 by state and 25 by center. So this was a proposal which was made and placed before the World Bank in 1989, 87, 88. And we got in 89, 90, we got the $155 million assistance for CETP, out of which 40 million was only for CETPs. So this was the idea as CETP was set up, and this is how CETP started. Sanchita hai iska. Sorry. And the Industries Association was set up and they were asked to form the association and run. So land was provided by MIDC. So what I am saying is that the CETP was concept evolved in such a manner where it is a combined responsibility of polluter as well as regulator and management who is doing it, like say MIDC or GIDC and others. So there were many problems because these small scale industries had very high pH, acidic effluent and toxic also. So they were asked to give only primary treatment, neutralization and settling. And after that, the effluent will go into the sewer lines which were to be provided by MIDC at that time. MIDC and all other state industrial development corporations. So in those days, earlier, the MIDC industrial estates were set up, but there were no effluent conveyance pipeline system was provided. So that was the first challenge. Then, effluent being highly acidic, the pipelines were getting corroded. So we struggled with that. After having that, we put up a pipeline, then the effluent is not neutralized. So therefore, that again problem was that there was not enough hydraulic load. So we needed at least 2 meters per second flow of the effluent for going to the CETP inlet. Then medium and large industries were allowed to, or rather forced. They were not interested to join. I remember how I coerced or arm twisted Hindustan Lever in in Lote Parshuram and elsewhere, because we didn't get the hydraulic loading, so there was no possibility of running the CETP. So finally, we told them that this is your social responsibility also, you should do this, that. They said, once we comply, then why should we pay? Then somehow we forced them. I know how it was difficult, but it was wrong on our part to do so. But thankfully, they relented to us. Then we started. Effluent was going into the. Then comes the issue of operations and supervision. Many places, some people were not doing the neutralization, and as a result, the machinery was getting into that, getting spoiled, and ETP was not complying. And those days, hazardous waste TSDF was not there. So many industries which were generating hazardous waste, which was in the liquid form, or they made it into liquid form and discharged into CETP. The CETP there, the hazardous waste effluent COD was 1,40,000, 1,80,000. So it upset the CETP operation. So through all these processes, things have evolved. And now, finally, in 2003, I remember my own experience, the number of industries were surveyed by my DCI and CETP operator, and we found that there is need to segregate such compounds which are toxic effluents, like even the organic solvents. So we had to set up organic solvent recovery plants, acid recovery plants, and hazardous effluent was being transported to the TSDF site. So as a result, the CETP operation became much easier and viable. But it was like putting a pipe in the dovetail. So as the pipe was removed, again it used to go back to its own position. So while doing this, CETP continued to violate, and for for a very good number of months or years or time, the CETP was able to perform. So what I am saying is it is possible to achieve the CETP performance to the desired standards or design parameters, provided these things are taken care of. Now, issue is, why I am saying this background, the role of regulator and the facilitator. Facilitator is MIDC and regulator is MPCB. So my basic question is, who is responsible for CETP? Who is the owner? Who is the occupier? And what is the applicability of the law? There is so much of contradiction. Unfortunately today, I don't see much of presence of MIDC or MPCB here, but wherever they are, somebody can communicate. The fact is that once we have given the MIDC, the SSI or MSME a limit of neutralization and settling, then why are we giving them the standard of 250 COD? There is no answer. Why? In consent, and nowhere in the CETP notification of the Government of India, there is a COD limit is not there. But State Board is giving that standard. Not only that, they are punishing the industry. Directions are issued, industry is shut down, fines are levied, then the cases goes to NGT, NGT is upholding that. So, is it a crime to run the industry in our country? It is, unfortunately. So this is one reason. It is totally wrong, absurd and uncalled for to provide COD limit to SSI or MSI who have joined CETP. After neutralization and settlement, this is one very important issue which is still there. I don't think has it been solved? No. Number of times meetings were held, especially Taloja Industrial Association, CETP. Board, ministry has agreed in the meeting, but when minutes are prepared, they are dodging the issue. For what reasons, I don't know. And this issue is not coming. That is one very important thing. Second thing is, I asked you, who is the owner of the city? Who is responsible? In my opinion, or if you really carefully go through, if CETP fails, MPCB should be prosecuted. Please remember this. As a regulator, I should be prosecuted if I am MPCB. Why? Because it is our proposal. We have forced 50% capital investment is of mine. I mean to say regulator or government, whether it is MIDC, MPCB or GIDC, any state board or any state industrial development. They should be punished for the violation there is, if any. Why industries are punished? This question, why anybody is not asking. Unfortunately, in last few years, we have completely faded our institutional memories. We don't like to remember even glorious past. It is fashion to condemn past, as if everything has come up today. So, this is important for everybody to know why and how CETPs has come. There is a case I know that MIDC is prosecuted for violation of CETP. Why? And who is a prosecutor? MPCB. In fact, both of them are responsible. In fact, the CETP, when you have a CETP, there should be only one consent. There are 500 industries in CETP jurisdiction. There should be one consent. And internally, association should be responsible or operator of the CETP should be transferred. I had conducted a meeting before I was ending my term in MPCB, where I had proposed this. It is there on the record. I had issued directions under 33A to the CETP that how you will operate those CETPs. They are available on the record. Mr. Naik, you can dig out and make a case. Because unfortunately, there is so much of frequency of changes in the leadership, and that leadership is occupied by the people who are non-specialist, do not understand the technicalities and legalities of the CETP. As I said in the beginning, if CETP fails, Water Act fails. Water Act came in 1974, almost 52 years back, and until today, we are not able to provide 100% sewage treatment for domestic waste. What we have achieved is only in terms of large industries, effluent treatment, that forms hardly 10 to 15%, even less. Industrial effluent contribution in total water pollution is only 15%. So even if you grant 10% to the large, only 5% is coming from small and medium. And that too we have failed. So it's not a matter of pride, it is a matter of shame. And to find the solution to that, we had come up with the CETP scheme as early as in 1990 with lot of funding allocations, and unfortunately, before that I want to say one thing about the CETP. The CETP concept which was evolved earlier in late 80s and early 90s should be served as an environmental management center for the entire estate. CETP should have not only effluent treatment, but it should have a recycling facility, you have acid recovery facility, solvent recovery facility, and remember, Mr. Naik, we had set up such common acid recovery facility in Tarapur with a request to Tatas. I said, you are such a big unit, you are also generating so much of spent acid which is going in the CETP, so better you set up a facility, others will join. But this pollution control is a combined responsibility. Even the constitution has been amended, where it is fundamental duty and also fundamental right to protect environment. As you have fundamental right for clean air, clean water, it is also fundamental right to protect environment. But all this philosophy, everything is in the docks today, as I see. I'm sorry, मैं आज मतलब मैं मन की बात बोल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि ये मन की बात तो जनरली अपनी वाइफ से की जाती है या गर्लफ्रेंड से की जाती है, लेकिन मैं इस बात को किसके साथ कहूँ, इसके लिए मैं आज आपके सामने आया हूँ कि वेयर इज द CETP 74 एक्ट इज ऑलमोस्ट मतलब एक शो पीस जैसा हो गया है. In case of sewer, we know, even a city like Mumbai, we still don't have 100% sewage treatment facility and disposal. Mumbai, Pune, leave aside small other cities. So many years, I am not talking at big level, I am talking of Maharashtra and my own experience. So leaving that apart, domestic, the CTP, coming back to CTP, is the combined responsibility. And I think some resolution, some to this effect should go in black and white to the judiciary. Maybe you file affidavit in the court in some cases or take representation. Who is answering this? Who will be, who will make the regulator answerable? Primarily, it is the responsibility of regulator to see that CETP works properly. I remember in case of Roha, when CETP was not giving performance, Mr. H.B. Singh, who was operator, I told him that until and unless your CETP complies, you will not eat non-veg. And he said, yes, sir. For 2 months, he was not eating non-veg, and he showed me. And I have seen the CETP early morning at 6 o'clock. I used to drive on Sunday morning with my wife in my private car to Roha and see that it is working. So that is the responsibility of a CEO. Act says that member secretary is CEO. What is he doing? I have no personal enmity. I have no personal interest. I have completed 50 years now in this field. By the grace of God, I have no other motivation except to serve the environment, and you know that very well. But point here is how and why, how long this will continue. It should stop somewhere, and I'm very happy that today you took up this topic. Lastly, I can also say that now I came to know day before yesterday, I was in the Ministry of Environment. The CETP scheme is closed in 2021. I didn't know this. Then why are we discussing CETP today? Now we go back to 1984, 85, when the Thane Creek COD was 3,600 to 4,500. I have measured. I was Chief Scientific Officer in Maharashtra Pollution Control Board at Sidco Bhavan. So we go to the back to square one or shut down the MSME. There is no third way to, because small and medium cannot afford. So it is one and the same. You seal the mouth and ask him to eat. He will die without food. So that is the time we have to really see that CETP survives. And I don't know how, but there are people who will have come up with more ideas. As far as the technologies are concerned, it is the brilliant talent of Indian environmental engineers. The pioneer is Dr. Kantawala. He has done the feasibility study of Vapi as early as in 85, 86. I had opportunity to work with him. Mr. Yogen Parekh is eyewitness. If I will request you to correct me after I finish that these are things, Boralkar, you have said is wrong or factually incorrect. I'll be very happy because I'm talking on my memory and extempo. So where the effort has gone? Recently, the CETP was also serving the large and medium industry also. In case of CETP in Patal Ganga, it is 11 MLD CETP. The Reliance Industries effluent alone is 7 to 8 MLD. which is in compliance. BOD is less than 100, COD is less than 200. Our limit is 250. So 8 MLD effluent of less than 100 MLD, less than 100 BOD and less than 150 COD is going into the sea. So what was necessary, that this is also an opportunity. Small and medium industries in Patal Ganga did not have that much of effluent. So they were putting in the CETP, so they were getting the benefit of dilution. But at the same time in Khopoli, we have large number of bulk drug and pharma units. And Khopoli is having Patal Ganga river, which is a drinking water source for Navi Mumbai. And there was cyanide in the effluent going to the Patal Ganga. So what I did was entire effluent, those industries, and they could not have the CETP because they don't have that many number. So it is a question of management. So CETP is also a tool for management. So what I did was I asked all of them that, see, it is unending. You violate, I prosecute. You violate, I prosecute. I give notice. Then you reply, I levy fine. Then again you get time. Then you go to the court. Court gives time. Court appoints committee, high power committee, low power committee. Committee gives report. And it goes on for 15 years. I am saying this. I left in 2008. So in Khopoli, I requested the industries, you send the effluent by tankers and you pay to the CETP Patal Ganga. So it was a mutual symbiosis. The CETP came into profit because their operating costs were subsidized by the revenue generated from the transport of effluent. It's a beautiful thing. So CETP is not a curse, it is a boon. It is unique in the world. You go any country in Europe, America, Australia, New Zealand and show me one CETP. So it is the pride of our nation and talent of our engineers that we have CETP. And we have showed that it is our own problem, so we will solve our own problem with our own solutions, talent and technology. So this is how the CETP should function. For instance, in Roha, because number of industries have very high concentration of CODs, toxic streams, and CETP is not able to take. So what we did was we asked them to transport that effluent to CSW, TSDF at Taloja, where they have an incinerator. So I asked the Taloja operator not to charge them extra, but only charge what the charges were done by the Roha CETP. Because the normal charge of incineration is 12 rupees a kg or liter, and the effluent charges are 4 or 5 or 6 rupees. Then he said, sir, ये तो मेरा economics है, जब मेरा economics कम होगा तो give me back जो subsidy दिया है वापस करो. Because we have given subsidy to him also. We have given free land. 1 रुपए से 200 acres land we have given to the TSDF Taloja. And he is making profit. He started his unit with 42 crores of investment and expanded to the level that last year or 3 years back, he sold his 51% share for 3,600 crores. How much? 3,600 crores. So who is partner in that? We. We have given out of 42 crore investment, 14 crores were given by MIDC and MPCB. So we are not asking share in that. He said, नहीं नहीं sir, आप जैसा बोलेंगे वैसे करो. So this is how the CETP should be used by the regulator, and everything is in the law. There are provisions in the law, but it is up to the regulator to use, and it is up to the society in general to force the regulator. And finally, unless and until such a regulator or the facilitator is put in the jail or prosecuted or punished with imprisonment and hardship, people will not stop seeking the posting in such position in the regulator. I am making a broad sentence, but with due apologies and everything, I am saying with a lot of respect. Because there are, if you are non-specialist, you have no idea. And what are the incentives? Now coming to the regulator side also, what is the incentive for the people to work? There are no promotions, there is no pension, nothing. So how people will go work? The scientists, engineers, this is a technical institute, or it should be, pollution control is a scientific and technical exercise. It is not a matter of law and order or administration. And finally, one more thing, I'm sorry, I'm saying again and again, they speak in Lok Sabha, finally, Manun, they take a lot of time, as if you feel you are concluding. The sorry, the regulator, I was coming to the regulator. So there has to be an accountability. There is no accountability. If there is a small incident somewhere happens, or big incidents in some village or anything, riot or some crime, all the police department is taken to the task. First thing, superintendent of police, he is removed, transferred. Sometimes it goes up to the DGP. In environment, nothing happens. Why? Pollution is a criminal law. The same criminal procedure code of 1870 or so, police department is working. We are also working in the same CRPC. Same investigation officer is there in the CRPC, we are also there. So the regulation in a environmentally sustainable manner, and the regulator's role is not only to use the stick and carrot, but he should be proactive. And he should promote the business. If you see the vision statement of Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, it reads, this is a particular board which is intending to create positive atmosphere for investment, promoting the business, for achieving the sustainable development goals. So we have to see that the corporate industry grows, it gains the strength so that it can bear the brunt of the pollution control, if it is so. So with this, I think I have finished my time, and I thank you for your hearing, listening patiently, and I again apologize if there is anything I have unintendedly hurt somebody. So this is what I want to say. And CETP, once again, I wish you all the best, and hope that CETP will really work in future. And Mr. Naik, you have done, we will go into more aspects of CETP as we are discussing technologies. You have come up with CETP with SS material, which is very unique. So much of money you have spent, there are technologies. So it's it should be projected as a pride of our nation, rather than it is becoming as a hotspot of pollution. Thank you very much.
We offer memento for this occasion to Dr. Borarkar. But before that, I would like to speak a few words. Number one, most important, you have your home where you do Man Ki Baat. This is your another home, technical people's home. IEA is your second home. You can do your Man Ki Baat. Absolutely no issues. Very important thing that he has brought out, the crux of the matter is that how the stakeholding and the stakeholders changed in CTP through 74 to 2026. It was responsibility of industries, then it became responsibility of state government, state government giving land, giving subsidies. It was the original principle was different polluter to pay, and then all it got diluted. But very lightning lecture he has given to us, and he has opened our eyes. So, small memento on this occasion. Yogen Parekh will offer the memento of this occasion.
घर पे है तो फिर मोमेंट का क्या जरूरत है?
बीबी खाना खिलाती है कि नहीं घर में?
Thank you.
बुरालकर साहब रुकिए 2 मिनट. कौन આપે છે ભાઈ? આપી દો નહીં તો. He's coming. મને આપી દો ભાઈ. કોણ?
दुपारी आपण 5 जण इथे बसूया. तुम्ही, मी, असोलेकर सर, विजय.
झालं ना अजून काय?
On behalf of इधर आइए. आप दीजिए.
आप नहीं. Akshay would like to present a memento on behalf of the organizers. Thank you, Akshay. Thank you. कुलकर्णी को बुलाओ.
Yeah.
विजय कुलकर्णी.
Dr. Vijay.
Thank you, Dr. Buralkar. Unbelievable that a government officer would be so open-minded and so frank. I was wondering that whether I'm listening to an industry representative, a common man like me, or a government officer. He has given quite a few ideas, and I think I'm too old, but the younger generation will hopefully follow some of his suggestions, and he is there to guide, and let us hope we achieve further improvement in CETPs and overall environment. May I now invite Dr. Vijay Kulkarni to share his views with us. Dr. Saib. Nayak, would you introduce Dr. Vijay Kulkarni, please?
It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. I told organizers I will introduce myself. Basically, I am civil engineer. Then I did my MTech and PhD with person like Professor P. Khanna. Whosoever has seen Professor P. Khanna, even today, if he remembers, he will get up and offer tribute to him. That was a person. Till 2000, I was working with NIRI. Subsequently, I worked with private sector. And for last 4 years, I was working with NGT as expert member. I see many younger faces in the audience and I'm happy about it because the entire exercise meant for communicating what we have learned in our life to our younger generation. Those of you who don't know NGT, there is difference between court and tribunal. Tribunal is for specific purpose. For example, National Green Tribunal was constituted under NGT Act 2010. Main objective is remediation of environmental damage under section 14, which is they call as original application, and second part is appeal. If procedures are not followed in passing some government orders, these orders can be challenged and these orders can be set aside. These two limited processes are with NGT. NGT in other matters is not at par with constitutional courts like High Court and Supreme Court. Main power, High Court and Supreme Court is having something like summoning everyone, summoning someone, putting him behind jail, contempt of court. That sort of powers are not with NGT, and therefore NGT can play a very limited role. People have great expectations from NGT, why NGT is not doing this, what NGT is not doing that. But then there is limited role given to NGT. Remaining powers are only with the High Court and Supreme Court. Let me make it clear. Till 2000, when I was working with NIRI, I had opportunity of working on CETPs. That time, NIRI had developed two CETPs in Pali and Balotra in Rajasthan, which are basically dyeing units. And subsequently, our team had worked on 18 CETPs in Delhi. When I was working with NGT and many cases came to us, I was pained to see that what problems I had seen during 95 to 97, same problems were there in 2020, 2021 also. And I will tell you the problems. In Pali and Balotra, when NIRI had put up CETPs, everybody started thinking that now CETP is there, I need not treat my effluent, and they started leaving the effluent as it is. And just within 1 month, that entire CETP collapsed. Because there are a lot of muck generated in the CETP, and CETP started operating, stopped operating. Other problem which we are facing is when we, at the order of Supreme Court, we designed CETPs in Delhi. That time, 18 CETPs were costing some 200 crore or so. How to distribute that cost on industries? Very limited time was there, individual industry data was not available. And then I don't know what is present status, whether the CETPs are really put up and they are working or not. And then therefore I'm taking up cases which we faced in NGT from 2016 onwards related to CETP. Next slide, please. Yeah, this case is going on in NGT since 2016. Okay. Now, basically, this was put up by Akhil Bharatiya Mangela Samaj, saying that CETP is underperforming, it is causing pollution, lot of pollutants are going to sea, and NGT should look into it. There was consistently BOD, COD, TSS and the parameters violation. Treatment plant was not working, and there was widespread groundwater contamination. So NGT, since they don't have own mechanism, they constituted expert committee. I think NIRI was there. They carried out survey work. They worked out environmental damage compensation, what is the word used in NGT for compensating environmental damage. It was some 160 crores. And this cost was to be distributed among industries. NIRI and NGT also came up with the restoration plan. It was quite comprehensive restoration plan. NGT also directed closure of non-compliant industries. NGT recommended criminal enforcement, putting up cases against people who have not done it. And last thing, what was suggested that time was Prevention of Money Laundering Act that was invoked by NGT. Subsequently, Apex Court came down heavily on NGT and said it is judicial exceedance. You are exceeding your limit. You cannot recommend something like that. People who have made mistake, you can recommend action against them. So that is what I'm saying. That we have great expectations from an institution like NGT, but there are limitations. Supreme Court itself told us that yes, you cannot do that. You cannot recommend PMLA for officers who have defaulted. What is status today? Some partial compliance is achieved, but basic issue was how that 160 crore cost is to be distributed among industries. There were, if I remember correctly, there were some 104 industries. Out of them, 5 industries came back saying that we were closed. Some industries came back saying that we were not giving adequate opportunity of hearing. And the case is going on till today. So 2016 case, in 2025, still it has not reached final stage. Because after NGT order, industries went to Supreme Court gave this case back to NGT, and the case is going on. Nothing is happening on the ground. Taloja MIDC. Again, there's the issue of river pollution, and somebody was mentioning in the morning, this was a classic case where 2 CEOs sat together, MIDC CEO and MPCB CEO, and MPCB CEO told MIDC CEO, since that Taloja Industrial Association is not able to, CETP is not able to maintain their CETP, MIDC should maintain it. Without understanding that MIDC doesn't have infrastructure for maintaining it. It is not basic job of MIDC, but 2 CEOs sat together, they agreed, the order passed on, and the problem remained, it is as it is. CETP is underperforming, there was sludge mismanagement, inadequate monitoring, and even today I think that case is going on. Some phase upgradation is happening, and what Dr. Boralkar mentioned the problem, that problem is of Taloja MIDC. Your CETP outlet standard is 250, and industry outlet standard is also 250. That means legally you are saying that CETP is not supposed to work anything, because Inlet is 250, outlet is 250. That sort of mockery of the system is there at various levels. Recently, there was a case in Gujarat, Aryawat Foundation versus Naroda Environmental Projects. Again, the situation is Naroda Environmental Projects Limited. This is a management agency. They were a forwarding facility. We decided that 14 crore, sorry, 42 crore is the environmental compensation which is to be paid, and this is to be paid by Naroda Environmental Projects Limited. Based on our order, after our order, industry went to Supreme Court, and this is an interesting thing. Supreme Court said it's okay. Whatever NGT has done, Naroda Environmental Projects Limited have to pay that money. Whether to recover that money from industry or not, it is their problem. That means, what in future, what is going to happen based on the Supreme Court orders is, whenever NGT passes an environmental damage compensation order, that amount to be paid. Now, whether this order to be amount is to be paid by MIDC, CETP operator, or individual industries, that question remains. There are a number of other cases with NGT for CETP. Basically, people are finding fault with the CETP, they are running to NGT, and many times, as a third party I can say, many of them are extortionists. They want to make a name and fame out of filing cases against these CETPs without understanding what is the basic purpose of CETP. But there are a number of cases at present. Recently, there was also a case from Gujarat where GPCB asked CETP to provide zero liquid discharge facility. Now, this was simply impossible. From bench, we realized how a CETP can be zero liquid discharge facility, because there will be some waste generated, some rejects will be there, they have to go somewhere. And then depending on the industry you are contributing, whether they can reuse wastewater or not, that question remains. But then again, everybody wants to be too environmental friendly and passing orders like this. So what is the judicial pattern so far? First thing is evidence-based adjudication. Since NGT doesn't have its own mechanism, NGT appoints committee goes to the field. Now, it all depends on who are the members of committees, what is their understanding, what is their expertise, and who writes that committee reports. So many times we had to discard so-called expert committee reports. Unfortunately, in some of the cases, NGT upheld the expert committee report without going through it, and for which there were strictures from Supreme Court on NGT that expert committee report is not to be adopted as it is. NGT has to adjudicate on it. Basic objective is a principle which is followed by NGT, something like this. What Dr. Boralkar used to teach us when he was member secretary: make non-compliance costlier than compliance, then compliance will take place. That message NGT is doing. That means orders are deterrent orders. Whether EDC worked out is correct order or incorrect, different thing. But moment that sort of EDC message goes, at least some awareness is there and some improvement is there. NGT is trying to bring some coordination between financial penalty and criminal things. We are directing MPCB. Now cases are filed, but to my knowledge, in none of the cases action has taken so far. We have passed strictures, we have called MPCB member secretary, we have called MPCB regional officers, we have tried to scold them, tell them what needs to be done. But again, what I am finding, that whenever affidavits are filed from any organization, some middle level or junior level person files the affidavit, it never goes to top person. That affidavit is communicated to counsel who appears for that organization. Depending on his understanding, he argues the case. Depending on our understanding as the NGT members, we interpret that case and pass decision. So that sort of thing happens, but still we are not given up. We have been directing pollution control boards to take stricter actions. Well, now what I observed while sitting in NGT, what are the issues? As I said, issues which were there in 95, 96 are still there. Many CETPs are still out there using outdated treatment technologies. Why outdated? Because these CETPs were set up something like 15, 20, 30 years back. When you upgrade standards, many times say retrofitting is not possible. You have to construct new CETP. Instead of that, we try to retrofit, bring some improvements and say now it will work fine. That doesn't happen. So outdated technologies, perhaps we'll have to give up and we have to go for latest technologies. Now, second point, we found that GPCB had instituted in some cases zero liquid discharge. Again, in my generation, what happened when persons like me or Dr. Boralkar or whosoever is sitting in the gathering, we uttered words like this, those becomes keywords. Zero liquid discharge, that means everywhere one has to go for the zero liquid discharge. To the extent, in Vasai Virar Corporation case came to us, that Vasai Virar Corporation should go for zero liquid discharge. Zero liquid discharge is not technically possible everywhere. It is should be discretion of Pollution Control Board. In each and every CETP case, if we make zero liquid discharge as a mandatory thing, things will not work. Second problem is inconsistent wastewater characteristics. As I mentioned in case of Pali and Balotra, once the CETP is put up, industries start discharging without even primary treatment. What Dr. Boralkar was insisting, what industry at their level is supposed to do is minimum primary treatment so that load which goes to CETP is as per design. Now, if primary treatment is not operated and entire wastewater goes to the CETP, CETP definitely is not going to work. Third is funding and financial sustainability. In many cases, dues are not paid by the industries. Like what we find in housing society, when maintenance charges go up, we blame our management committees. Same thing happens in CETPs. With time and with stricter standards, costs are going to go up. Mechanical equipments have life. Once they live their life, you need replacement. The replacement cost, what we call in housing society sinking fund, that sort of conditions will come. Industries will have to pay it. And unless industries pay that, CETPs will not work. And last fourth thing, Dr. Boralkar has said so many things about weak enforcement. I don't have to insist on say anything more on that. Now, nowadays what has happened, if execution is failing, then you go to court and court will take care of everything. Courts cannot take care of everything. Even though in the past, until date, we have been doing that. We have directed CETPs and industries to strictly comply with the standards. We have threatened them, mandated periodic reports, formed committees like Justice Kanade Committee was formed in case of Taloja CETP. Here CETP management and industry associations responsible, we called their heads to the NGT. We try to enforce polluter pays principle, impose higher and higher ADCs, but then in most of the cases, industries go to Supreme Court, some amount is paid, for remaining amount they stay and cases go on. We have mandated technology upgradation also in some cases. Now the question that I said that problems remain as of today is why courts are required in all these cases when so many environmental engineers are there. Even in my time, I think there were some 750 or 800 postgraduates in MTech and MSc coming out every year. Today, that number must be in tens of thousands. When so many expertise are available, why do you go to courts where basically, with all due respect, judicial members are not from science and engineering background. They are from non-science and non-engineering background. For them to understand the issue in the first place is difficult. Then giving guidance is further thing. So based on their understanding and inputs like what given in case of NGT, we pass orders. Do we really need to go to courts and NGT in each and every case? This is time to look into. And this case I had mentioned in one of our cases when pleadings were going on in NGT for one CETP case. Persons of my generation know this very well, this story very well. King asked citizens to each pour a glass of milk into large central tank of Lord Shiva temple because they were drought, and it was believed that if you have Abhishekam of Shiva, then all problems will be solved. However, every citizen thought, my one glass of water won't be noticed, and bought water instead of milk. In the morning, tank was filled with water, revealing lack of integrity. Have CETPs become stories like this? MOEF, CPCB, SPCB, Industry Association, CETP operator, individual industries, everybody thinks I am putting out only water, my one glass of water will not damage anything, and therefore thing goes on like this. And I can give specific examples. I think in case of Tarapur or Taloja, I don't remember exactly, consents were given left and right without bothering what is the CETP capacity. Now, once you give consents without bothering about CETP capacity, CETP is bound to collapse. Industry thinks when CETP operator is there, why should he treat? CETP operator says, my job is only operating this. It is job of pollution control board to control individual industries because I don't have powers of passing closure order, and therefore industry, I cannot take any action against industry. MIDC says my job is just providing infrastructure, how I can be responsible for things. So ultimately, it is an old story. Tank is filled with the water. So has the real time come to give away this concept of CETP? As Dr. Boralkar mentioned, this concept came something like 40 years back. We were quite lenient toward industries. And I remember that concept he was talking about, minimum national standard, was coined by Dr. G.D. Agarwal, that industry also has to survive and environment is to be taken care of. The terms like environment with development, development with environment came subsequently. Without coining any term like this, Dr. G.D. Agarwal had coined these minimum national standards that yes, industry should treat as much they can treat. From that, we are traveling to now pollute and pay. Are we going to go ahead with this? Is it possible something like this, that red category industry should not be allowed in small scale units? Is it possible? I don't know. There are so many experts sitting here. Look at the root cause of the problem. CETP concept was given by our generation 40 years back. Let younger generation look at the CETP once more. Is it CETP required everywhere? And what Dr. Boralkar mentioned, one of the problems is large and medium scale industries are arguing that we can treat our effluent. Why are you forcing us to send our effluent to CETP? No, MIDC doesn't have separate pipeline network for industries who are treating their effluent on their own and separate pipeline network for CETP. So some new fresh look at all these things is required, and then we have to come out with a solution which is up to date solution. And perhaps if we have to give away concept of CETP, let us give away the concept of CETP. Why are we playing with this concept today? Thank you very much.
Very clear-cut thoughts, and he has summarized the issues that has come up in the NGT without any, of course, commitment of his own comments on the status, but the real issues on with NGTs and with legalities and judicial system and the CTP related cases. On this occasion, we would like to give him memento.
Judicial discipline says that I cannot speak about my own judgments. My judgments are there on the paper. One can go and through it. We don't justify our judgments. This is judicial discipline.
Yes, absolutely right.
Thank you, Dr. Kulkarni. Let's have a short tea break for about 10 to 15 minutes. Tea and I believe coffee also. Tea, coffee are at the back. You can pick up your tea or coffee and come back to your seats if somebody wants to use the washroom. So we'll have a break of 10-15 minutes, pick up your tea, coffee and come back and then we'll start. Please take your seats so we can start the proceedings. Exhibition here, and a lot of people said, yes, yes, tomorrow Professor Asolekar is going to speak, and we are definitely coming and all that. And some were bold enough to ask me, you are also going to speak? I said, when you buy a rose, you always get the thorns with the rose. So if you call Professor Asolekar, you will have to tolerate me. But then I found that they have a bouquet of flowers. Dr. Boralkar, Dr. Kulkarni. So you have a bouquet of flowers, but you will have to tolerate one thorn, and that's what I am here. And I will take maybe 5-10 minutes of yours. Want to maybe bring the whole conference on today's track. What we are talking about is making CATPs a business model, that is, they generate revenue. The intention is not to say that they should become from day one profit-making organization or a company, but at least they should look at revenue generation. And Professor Asolekar will share his ideas on how CATPs could become revenue generating units, a business model. And can we have the next slide, please? Next slide. Or I can use this. This works. Either. Okay. As Dr. Boralkar mentioned, we got independence in 1947, but the real industrialization began in the 60s. Initial 10 years, people were really getting adjusted to freedom and liberty, and the industrialization began in 1960s or thereafter, let us say. State industrial development corporations were set up in many states. Today, of course, they are probably there in each and every state, but initially a few states industrial development corporations were set up. These industrial development corporations set up industrial estates in various areas of their state, let us say. The industrial estates were set up. And these industrial development corporation set up the estates to provide common facilities like water supply, power supply, maybe drainage system, etc. Financial incentives were offered to industries so that they could establish whether small scale, medium scale, especially small scale and medium scale in these industrial estates. The SMIs or small and medium scale industries included, let us say, all sectors of industries, be it pharma, be it dyes, be it textiles, so on and so forth. Oh, yeah, I should have turned this around. I'm sorry. Together, these units discharge large volumes of wastewater. Uh, Most of them were without treatment, and as a resultant, there was heavy pollution of the receiving environment, be it water bodies, be it land, whatever it is. And then it was, as Boralkar sir said, the laws came into existence, pollution control boards were established, etc., etc. And it became essential for the industries to start treating their wastewaters. Some of these industries, let us say, lack the financial resources, maybe the technical know-how. I won't use the word expertise, but at least did not have even the technical know-how, didn't have adequate manpower to treat these wastewaters within their plants themselves. And as a result, the concept of CATP was evolved. That what do the CATPs do? They help by reducing cost of individual wastewater treatment, ensuring regulatory compliance, facilitating monitoring authorities or enforcing authorities to monitor the performance, because then they have to look at only single source rather than looking at 100 units and their effluent samples, etc., etc. And also, to some extent, people looked at reuse and recycle, because sending it to CETP or even treating it themselves was involving a cost, and the concept of waste minimization ultimately developed, and the concept of reuse and recycle developed. CETPs, as Boralkar sir had mentioned, now he says this has gone out, but this is the financial support government was providing to CETPs. If we look at the number of CETPs in India state-wise and the amount of wastewater that they were designed to treat, these are the numbers, and you can see that there are about 200 CETPs all over India. This number may be slightly on or off, but about 200 CETPs, and they are discharging about 1800 MLDs of wastewater, partially treated or treated to compliance levels. Normally, CATPs have pre-treatment in terms of screening, physicochemical treatment, that is neutralization, maybe specific parameter treatment like whatever ammonia, cyanide, etc. And then coagulation, and then primary settling, biological treatment, and some of them have tertiary treatment. This is a typical flow sheet of any wastewater treatment plant, and almost all the CETPs follow these treatment methods. Everybody is familiar with the discharge norms that are specified for CETPs. If you see most of the parameters, if you meet them, probably you are very close to normal water quality that you get from whether it is well water, river water, or any surface water. But only problem that you would probably see would be your total dissolved solids and related parameters like chloride, sulfate. So basically, CATPs are supposed to treat water to a reasonably good quality before they discharge, and they have to treat to that quality because we don't want them waters to pollute the receiving water body. So now if you have 1800 MLD, 1800 MLD of relatively good quality water, and why are you discharging it? So now on what we are talking about is that really from CATP you have two discharges. One is water and other is the sludge or solids. If we can convert both of them into resources, then our concept of making CATP revenue generating and a business model will work. So 1800 MLD of water, relatively good quality. Let us think of how to reuse and recycle, and similarly these 1800 MLD of wastewater is producing so much sludge, which is today going as it was mentioned in TSDF as hazardous waste. But this sludge also has some value, and if we can convert this sludge into revenue generating products, then yes, our whole idea of making CATP a business model would be successful. And basically I would say that whatever goes out of any industrial unit, we call it waste, but waste is wealth. And initially we are converting raw materials, or if I use the word wealth, into waste, because what is going in the waste is part of the raw material, partially treated material, or part of the product. So it is all wealth which is going in the waste. If we can convert this waste back into wealth, that is the whole purpose of today's conference. And I thought that I will just give you an idea as to what we have. Professor Asolekar will then tell you how you convert these resources into wealth. So I will not take any more of your time. We are going to concentrate on probably water and sludge and see how best we can utilize them from CETPs. And probably same thing can be applicable to individual industrial units also who have large volumes of wastewaters that they are discharging. Thank you very much.
ते पुढे करायला तो हे आहे त्याच्याकडे का
Friends, now we have the theme lecture by Professor Shyam Asolekar, IIT Bombay. He doesn't need any introduction. He has written so many research papers. He has so many assisted so many people to get their MTech, doctorate, and his achievements and his resume, if I start talking, it will be evening. So without wasting much time, I will just hand over the stage to him. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you. I think the syllabus is too much and we have so many things to discuss. नहीं, इसके बाद का दूसरा असोलेकर ASOLEKAR. Yeah. Yes.
Otherwise, this is much better than that.
Is everybody with me? Since you are sitting bit too long distance, I decided to come down so that we can be closer. How many of you are actual operators of CETP? Is there anybody here who operates CETP? How many of you have visited any CETP? Wonderful. How many of your industries are putting wastewater into CETP? Okay. Okay. How many of you are students? Wonderful. That's great. So why don't you get up and come here in the front? Because you are the only people who need to learn. Other people don't need to learn. So you please come. Yeah, you should be in front. Come. Older people cannot learn because I know from my personal experience. Come. Who are these people? Are they students? Wonderful. Then you should not be shy. From my son's experience, I know that younger people are rarely shy. Are you special individuals that you feel shy? Come in front. Occupy all the chairs. Wonderful. Yeah. Come in front. You can even be more comfortable. Yeah. आगे आ जाओ. Older people can sit on slightly uncomfortable chairs. No problem. Yeah. Very good. आ जाओ आगे बैठो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. I'm not going to ask questions. Yeah. Very good. Now I feel at home. At least half the crowd wants to learn. I'm sure now. Very good. Now, you have understood what are all these CETPs in India. Many of them are in Maharashtra. How many? How many CETPs in Maharashtra? 22 CETPs in Maharashtra and maybe 175 CETPs in the country. I may be ballpark wrong here and there, but that is the kind of order of magnitude. Maharashtra, Gujarat has more CETPs because there are more industries, right? So CETPs is a cooperative way of treating wastewater. Now, they have been doing good and bad job and far and close as per the law. So there has been a lot of effort in bringing finances to them so that they can actually treat the wastewater, number one, which is a good side of it. And a lot of restrictions on them are coming day by day, year by year, so that the job of treatment becomes all right. So there are two ends to the whole discussion. One is the job that industry should do, and the second is the job that government should do so that CETPs are able to function. Government is trying to do what they are able to do, industries are trying to do what they are able to do. There are two large questions that are raised now in the context of a new notification that has come now just on 28th of January. How many days back? 6, 8 days back, 8 days, 9 days back. So it's literally the ink is wet, and many people, even in Pollution Control Board, might not have really studied it. They might have studied it when it was at the stage of asking questions and objections. But now after finalization, people have their own day-to-day task. It is really very new thing that you are looking at. It happened so that many of us are involved in giving comments and shaping this particular regulation. Therefore, we knew that it is going to come. When exactly, how it will come was the question that we did not know. But Ministry has asked very quickly, and after 60 days of the objections, people have raised their opinions, and then Ministry has finalized the notification. People know what is notification, what is law, what is standard, what is regulation. Do you know the differences? That is the homework. AI, ChatGPT. Yeah, you should learn. What is the difference between a regulation and notification? Well, notification is a younger brother or sister, you will call, of a regulation or law. Again, what is regulation, what is law? Also, there is a hierarchy in the legal language. But notification is strong until a big brother comes and pushes it away, until it is in force. So you can say it is the law at the moment on the paper. Bigger things, bigger amendments to the law will come slowly, and probably entire law may be rewritten, reauthorization may happen, but it's a long process. So law is a dynamic thing, just like a tree. A leaf goes away, another leaf comes, a branch falls, another branch comes, right? So it is exactly like that. So notification is a tool, is a vehicle to bring that information to us. And that is what exactly this particular notification is all about. So what is the new about the regulations on CETP now? Because it is continuously changing, and how is it really changing the scenario? And what could be done for the future developments in the context of the notification that we are now going to discuss. What is significant about the new notification? So there are basically 3 parts for the presentation. The first part is about the notification. Second part is the technology options that you have. And the third part is that what is the business idea so that you can make CETPs profitable. Because one of the complaints by the industry is that the kind of CETPs that they are making are not possible to become successful because there is no business idea around it. That's the whole question. And CETPs are a business nowadays, standalone business, and new venture capital comes in it, and people invest new money in it, and it is run just like a company. So among several production companies in a given, let us say MIDC, Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation location, a cluster, CETP also is one of the industries which is taking the waste from other people and treating. Is everybody clear what we are discussing about? Wonderful. I am not expecting older people to nod their heads because they know it already. Only young people need to nod their heads, right? Very good. Now, some of the people here have been designers of CETP, so what can you tell them? But what is interesting for me as an academician is to learn what is their feeling, what is their impression about this particular notification. Okay, that's what we are basically discussing. This is, in my opinion, now this is my opinion, this is not Indian Environmental Association opinion. Myself and my senior author, Yogen Bhai Parikh, who was giving presentation minutes back, we feel that this is the most significant development with respect to CETPs. And that is why we are glad that we anticipated that it might be a very important topic, and we decided it, and we decided 1.5 months back, but now the notification came on 28th of January. So now I had decided in my mind to discuss about the draft. Now I am discussing with you the final notification because it is ready now. It is printed now as a notification. We too at IEA believe that we should collectively make sense out of the provisions embedded in this new notification. You might think it is a very boring job. Let me share my feelings with you. Yes, you are right. It is a very boring job. But more important thing is that we need to explicitly understand it anyway, because that is going to shape the future of CTPs in our country. There are certain good things. Obviously, there is a good news. But behind the good news, you know, the other side of the coin is there is a bad news, right? So I am going to share both things with you. If my mood is bad, I'll tell you bad news. If the mood is good, I might tell you good news. But associated with both, the bad and good news are there at the flip side of the coin. And you know that Indian Environmental Association is committed to developing the stakeholder dialogue. So who are the stakeholders? A person who was sitting in Green Tribunal and giving judgments in Pune, National Green Tribunal, Rashtriya Harit Lawad, Dr. Vijay Kulkarni is with us. Now, I am standing in front of him and telling him good and bad about the regulation. Look what he must be thinking about me. But that is the nature. The legal system is so philosophical that it always tries to correct itself if something is wrong with the law. So nothing is permanent in the law. It should change, and it does change. It changes because of so many things. The drafting of the law itself is wrong. New technologies have come, so old provisions can be easily met. We can make better for the environment by making standards more stringent. You understand? So there are many possibilities. I have just told you two, but there are many more possibilities why law needs to be changed, and law changes. This CTP regulation came in what, 2016 original? The original notification 2016. Before that they were doing as a program, but notification came in 2016, and definitely every year nearly there is a modification in the basic regulation. But this one is very significant now. This basic complete change, a lot of new things have been added, therefore we are discussing it. So I am so happy that I am talking to young stakeholders, because I hope that one day, how many of you are chemical engineers? What kind of student? My management students? What kind of student? Huh? Wow. Okay, fine. Because only I think Sanskrit and Hebrew and Pali students cannot contribute to environment, right? There is every field that can contribute to environment. I cannot imagine there is any field which is alien for environment. Okay. Now we will go. What are the two documents that we're talking about? The Gazette of India, blah, blah, blah. Don't worry about the details. That is only the address, Google address, okay? And the second thing is the office memorandum. This particular Gazette of India says that further details are seen in the memorandum given by the ministry. That memorandum is below. And we are going to discuss about these two things. The new notification and office memorandum of CTPs. The Government of India has given this Gazette of India notification, and the memorandum is the further clarification, further details of the conditions to be stipulated by Pollution Control Board. So this memorandum exempts CTP from prior environmental clearance. Always, every industry, because CTP also is an industry, it is an industrial activity, it needed to go through the environmental clearance process under the Environment Protection Act, which is basically the EIA notification. Now, they are saying now you don't need to do that. Why? So that waste of time is avoided. That is the first feeling, that if you keep the clearance processes complex, then setting up of the industry CTP industry will take time, and we do not want to waste the essential time, because it continues pollution in river, lake, coastal area or land or wherever. Therefore, no prior environmental clearance is required. However, it also enforces strict environmental safeguards. As I told you, that somebody is leaving you loose At the same time, somebody else is holding the string in the hand. And they say that now you will have to follow more conditions that we impose on you. And those conditions will be essentially put by the state pollution control board. In our case in Maharashtra, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. In Gujarat, Gujarat Pollution Control Board, so on and so forth. And if there is no pollution control board, it is called as pollution control committees, like maybe NCR region of Delhi may of this notification. Last was first slide. This is the second slide in the same thing. The Government of India has introduced major regulatory updates for CTP dated 28 January 2026. This memorandum I'm sorry. Okay. The process followed by MOF and CPCB is very important for you to understand. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOF and CC, referred the issues to the Sectoral Expert Appraisal Committee within the ministry. Recommendations were submitted by the committee to the ministry after reviewing the infrastructure specific risks related to CTPs and industrial areas. Then it proposed safeguard conditions. The expert advisory committee was referred to, examined those recommendations and approved the recommendations of the Sectoral Expert Appraisal Committee. Finally, the ministry issued binding directions through an office memorandum, as well as obviously the gazette was published. Now, we are looking at some of the important provisions in this particular notification. CETPs no longer require the prior EC, I told you. However, this relief comes with the responsibilities on part of CETP, industries, as well as the regulators for Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. So everybody has more responsibilities now. State pollution control boards must embed safeguard directly into the consent to establish and consent to operate. How many of you heard these terms, consent to operate, consent to establish? First of all, you have to ask permission from board, जरा हमें setup करने दो, then हमें operate करने दो, बरोबर? In between there is commissioning, testing, performance. More information, ChatGPT, right? You know that. You can learn more about it. It's very interesting procedure, and there is a lot of interesting information associated with it. Simply spend some time on that. The safeguards to be exercised by SPCBs. The office memorandum reshapes CETP's governance. It reduces procedural delays, yet it increases operational discipline. And that is a very pricking term, that now more operational discipline will be expected on part of all the stakeholders. It balances industrial need with environmental protection. And obviously this principle is accepted in India long back, that you need to bring development, you need to industrialize India, but not at the cost of environment. That is acceptable principle. For regulators, it simplifies enforcement. For industries, oh no, ये चलता नहीं है क्या इसका? ठीक है, चलो. For this, not this. Chalo, koi baat nahi, no problem, thank you. For regulators, it simplifies the enforcement. Everybody with me? For industries, it demands responsibility. For communities, it improves environmental safety. Therefore, through CTP environmental safeguards, India now would probably become a better compliant country, hopefully. That is why this notification and memorandum matters. What are those safeguards? Let us study them in further details. There are many good and bad things about them. From the point of view of taking responsibility or avoiding responsibility. If somebody forces you to take more responsibility, obviously one feels and one resists it, but for environment that is good. There is a mandatory siting and establishment criteria. And that will have to be fulfilled even before you go ahead with the project. Entire responsibility will be now given to the State Pollution Control Board to fulfill it. Effluent transportation rule is a very interesting thing now. And this particular regulation has zero flexibility when it comes to the transportation. The memorandum sets rigid rules for effluent movement. All effluent from member industries must flow through dedicated pipelines. Tankers are completely banned. I repeat, tankers are completely banned. Likewise, alternative vehicle transport is also prohibited. Consequently, dangers of spill may reduce sharply. Additionally, illegal dumping becomes harder. Design of pipelines and maintaining their integrity becomes critical. Operators must inspect network frequently to ensure smooth operation. It is easily said than done because so many CTPs depend on transportation using tankers. Now that will not be accepted. Restrictions on treated effluent reuse. The treated effluent reuse may only return to member industries. So if a CETP is, let us say, having 50 mld flow, that 50 mld flow after treatment, obviously with good quality, can go back to industries as process water for them. Reuse must align with industrial processes, therefore. Environmental norms must guide every step. But what is not written is, the reuse guidelines also will be more important for the industry because Pollution Control Board may say this is all right water to dispose, but it is not acceptable for the industry because it cannot serve the purpose of process water. However, the memorandum draws a clear red line. Treated effluent cannot support agriculture, it cannot support horticulture or any landscaping, or that kind of application of treated water cannot be supported anymore. Consequently, indirect human exposure risk will reduce significantly. Mandatory pre-treatment by member industries. It is already there in place actually. Am I right, Naik sir? Industries are supposed to do. But now, they will be surely monitored more, and monitoring will be at two levels. One will be a quality norm and other will be a quantity norm. Because the CETP will be expected not to take overload of flow. And why it is done? Otherwise, if I have, let us say, 5,000 milligram per liter of COD in my wastewater, and I am expected to lower it, I might take fresh water, groundwater, mix it and send it. But dilution cannot be solution to pollution. We know that, right? So therefore, now you cannot do that. You will have to stick to what you have agreed, and that concentration you will have to bring as a pre-treatment. It may be pH correction, it may be so many things. And then there was a table Yogen Bhai showed you, the blue table, which was showing there were two tables. One was what is the standard for recommended standard for sending to CETP, and what is the recommended standard for emission from CETP. Shabbat, barabar. Now, every CETP now must operate with tertiary treatment. In other words, advanced treatment is a must. Many of the people here are not afraid of technology. Only problem is that it calls for more capital cost and even more operating cost. And sometimes it also needs too much of energy, which can be a problem for many places to really make available. Therefore, you might even like to go for or need to go for the captive energy generation for captive use. So now it is going to really open a Pandora's box and so many things. पुढे येऊन बसा. डॉक्टर सोनटक्के पुढे या. पोल्युशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड पुढे आलं की आम्हाला जरा जरा बळ येते जरा. या पुढे या. या पुढे या अगदी पुढे या. इथे या. बसा. All CETPs will need to redesign and resize as a result of this new notification. Because now you are expecting them to use tankers, use pipelines instead of tankers. You are asking them to treat in a particular way so that water can be recycled and reused. You are asking that water to go back to member industries because they might have some requirement, particular requirement. So you have to meet even that requirement before you are able to emit to them. So there are so many new quality related and quantity related activities that yeah, please. Bye. the principles. And those principles, in my opinion, are very important and defendable. They are right. We should have done it, how many? 20 years back? We should have done it 20 years back. But at least we are doing it now. Better late than never. Okay. Monitoring by State Pollution Control Board, तो है ही वो तो it is going on. Now they have stated the frequency. They are stating more frequent regulation, monitoring. Environmental monitoring cell and SCADA system, okay, there is a part of the monitoring. So, what are the important conclusions? That this Gazette of India and this office memorandum, these two monsters will have to be understood properly, number one. CETPs gain exemption from environmental clearance. However, they face strict safeguards. Every condition carries legal weight. Hear me out very clearly. Every condition carries a legal implication. Every lapse invites scrutiny by the authority. Even the lapse of Pollution Control Board also will be questioned by the Green Tribunal, by the court, high courts, because nobody, they are giving responsibility to Pollution Control Board not to spoil the situation, but to improve. That is a very clear mandate given to them. So nobody, it's not that only industries are fried top and bottom. Everybody will be fried if they do not perform properly as per the law. That is what is the expectation. Ultimately, success depends on implementation, and operators must invest in the system. Now, some kind of shoddy treatment will not be accepted. Industries must cooperate, render the stipulated treatment before sending the respective treatment pre-treated water to CETP. Regulators must enforce consistently, and when all stakeholders align, CETP environmental safeguards will probably safeguard India's environment. Let us hope so. References, not important, enough said. Part 2, what could be the future developments? It is too early to predict any future development. My syllabus is over. We cannot really say everything and anything today because it is not even understood by most of us what exactly this 8-day-old regulation is. We are not yet understood exactly 8 days from today. We may, however, be able to make some, I made phone calls, Dr. Sontake, who shall remain nameless, which pollution control board, but 2 pollution control boards I made phone calls to my friends. Now probably they will not remain my friend because I asked them, have they read it? They said they are not even aware of it. So it is not their fault, it is new. That's what I am trying to say. And I will not tell you the names. Yeah. So we may, however, be able to make some well-intended guesses. And those guesses we are basically going to discuss. Not that those guesses are unknown to us, or कोई नया ज्ञान लाया है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. We know everything, only we knew that we don't need to perform. The only difference now this has brought is that now they have told us, enough is enough, now you perform. That's all this particular thing is telling us. There is nothing new. For the people who are older in the first row, not even one word is new so far. Not even one word. Because it is already there on the paper. It was not simply implemented. Only new thing is ZLD is compulsory, tanker is not allowed. Such kind of things are new. But even they were always saying better, don't do it. But still, I mean, now it is a rule. We all are responsible for professionals and citizens. We all are responsible, and we are professionals and citizens. So therefore, we have to take responsibility. We'll make efforts to help the ministry as well as CPCB and State Pollution Control Board to implement the new notifications in the letter and spirit. What are the 2 things? Letter and spirit. Right? Letter and spirit. Clear? More information you know where to get. I don't need to tell you. So always in the law, there are 2 things. बातों बातों में शब्दों में लकीर का फकीर क्या लिखा है? उसका सही मतलब क्या है? These 2 things are there. So we need to really understand the 2 things. And I am really impressed. And very rarely I get impressed with any law statement because I don't understand the language of it, English language of it. But this particular thing is so clear that the meaning is correct. And it should have been done much earlier. That's what I felt once I learnt it. IA is committed to this kind of clarity and this kind of better performance. Therefore, we took up this. And as I told you once again, We thought that we will discuss draft notification, but ekdam aa gaya final. So we are very happy that we are, but only difference is that all my presentation needed to be changed because it was based on the draft notification. Now everywhere I have made the changes. Anyway, but that's what I needed to do. CPs will become ZLD installations now, as I told you. How do you make anything zero liquid discharge? Here is the role of technology. Here is the role of management. Here is the role of smart use of energy. Here is the role of appropriate use of technology. There are so many things. And I can take your Shala for 4 hours now if only this particular topic is to be discussed. Because this is a very serious topic. And lot of right and wrong will happen with the industry if this particular decision is made in the wrong direction. For example, I'm just going to utter the names of the technologies. Like what? The reverse osmosis systems. Now reverse osmosis does not work on its own until you clear the water up to a particular particulate level clarity. So membrane process also, membrane filtration also is required. So there is a lot that I am not really writing here because I wrote this slide in 1 o'clock in night, so I was tired. So I thought that enough is enough now. So I only wrote the important things, but the story behind the story, you guys are smart, you can imagine. Multiple effect evaporators are there. Alternative to multiple effect evaporators is the mechanical vapor recompression system. Then you need some kind of ATFD, agitated thin film dryer. My God, these acronyms, I wrote it because I can't remember these acronyms. They're so complicated there. So forward osmosis system. Anybody knows reverse osmosis? How many people have reverse osmosis treatment plant at home for drinking water? How many? Pata nahi, huh? Maa ne kya kiya, pata nahi hai. Huh? They all are wrong, huh? Not required. RO is not required for Mumbai water. Chalo. But anyway, I feel nice to say that you are wrong. That's why I'm saying it. But really, Mumbai water is good. You don't need RO. Anyway, but you need some kind of disinfection in case. So simpler without RO systems also are available. Those you can put anyway. But what is forward osmosis? How many students here know what is forward osmosis? झूठ नहीं बोलना. Handset use नहीं करना. Chat GPT. नहीं. How many really know? Good thing to know, really. I told you I was going to teach in my class, and when I studied reverse osmosis and forward osmosis, I literally got a kick. I couldn't sleep for a night. It's a brilliant technology. And I'm not saying it lightly, I'm telling you. Really, those who love the beauty of technology understand what is forward osmosis. But it doesn't solve all the problems. Only few it can handle. But few bhi acha hai na. Up to some extent, wo bhi acha hai na. So I think it's a very good technology. You should pay attention to. And if you are interested, then tell IA, we will conduct a 8-hour, sorry, I don't want to bore for it. We will conduct 4-hour workshop इनके लिए. 8 hours बैठ नहीं पाएंगे. So 4 hours we will teach you this technologies, what is RO versus forward osmosis. We can do that. It's a very interesting thing. By the way, each one of them, there is a very complicated mathematical model associated with each one of them. It's very interesting. But you know, I am in the business of selling, you know, not these technologies, the concepts, knowledge of it. That's why I'm telling you all this. But my blood pressure changes when I look at those names. That's why I'm telling you. So the technologies menu is long. I can go on and on, but I just want to be nice to you. Otherwise, you will write bad thing about me in your diary tonight. So I'm just saying that there are many options. Only few salient ones are put here. But where do we stop and what do we choose? So there is one word of caution. It is not a straightforward answer. And I tell you, when it comes to technology, nothing is straightforward. I challenge you, you buy a good refrigerator. This is a problem at my home now. If anybody wants headache, please interact with me. My email ID is very simple, asolekar@gmail.com. Gmail.com everybody knows, right? Asolekar is my name. And there is no Joshi, Kulkarni, Naik. So my name is simple. So when it is Asolekar, there is no Asolekar 1, 2, 3, 4 required. Simple Asolekar is enough. asolekar@gmail.com. If you write to me, I will share a lot of things with you. I want to buy a good refrigerator for my kitchen. I challenge you, you will not be able to answer my questions. And then you will simply come back and tell me that no technology provider is smart enough to give a good refrigerator. Then I will make you subject to my wife, because then she will get angry with you, because we need to change the refrigerator. So information is not there, support is not there, technologies may not be understood completely, and the technology provider may not be best of the best. These are the challenges. Refrigerator is just one example I am giving you. But there are many such which you need to really pay attention. But why it is complicated? Because a lot of iterative solutions are there. There is no simple answer. Two engineers in one design house will come with two different systems. Because it really, that is the nature of problem. I just want to make students feel dizzy. That's why I'm just showing. This is a classroom problem. This is problem number 1, and it is not simple. Believe me, it is not simple. I can guarantee you. Now I am angry. Problem number 2. It is slightly more hard. I am more angry. Problem number 3. It is even more hard. Optimization becomes more and more complicated. It is not straightforward. So don't even think that you are smart and you have a friend known as ChatGPT will solve your problem. Never. Never. Nobody is better than you. Nobody is better than your brain. Knowing fundamentals is the only responsibility that human beings have. Computer has no intelligence. Enough bad things I said. Now my iPhone probably is listening to me. It will quit very quickly now. It will stop working, I'm sure. So because I'm saying bad about the computers, right? So what I'm trying to tell you, that a simple RO, which we very proudly spend 20,000 rupees and put in the kitchen, is not a very simple thing when it comes to industrial application. Because there are so many issues with membrane fouling, the operation cost, the pressure, the energy requirement, the failures, how to detect failure, instrumentation for detecting failure, then correcting it, then taking system down partly, not completely, bapre. And this is only the half syllabus. Far more is there. How do you claim that it is optimized? Naik Sahib can give some system, but people will come back and ask him, we are willing to spend 10 crore rupees for RO, but are you sure this is the most optimum? Now problem aa gaya. Now there is a lot of discussion required if you want to answer that question. You can say until, I am giving you this, but is it D solution or A solution? Do you understand the difference between D solution and A solution? Computer gives A solution. You are the people who will give the solution. And that is where optimization, intelligent modeling, understanding complexity of the system, understanding the menu card of technologies, what is best for which situation. So not only the mathematics, but also the experience also is equally important when it comes to that. Chalo. So now this is the second technology, multiple effect evaporator. Simple. You have more effects, you have better evaporation. But everywhere there is a high operating cost and high capital cost. Both are there. So there is a optimum in that case also. And now you will have to do a simultaneous solution of equations. Why simultaneous? Because only mass transfer will not help you. Also you have to talk about heat transfer. Because so much amount of water, mass of water is evaporating, but at a cost of energy. And where will you get that energy from? So that is where the optimization is required, and it is a simultaneous solution of heat and mass transfer. But don't feel pressured by looking at this. It is damn simple, I'm telling you. You spend 4 hours with me, and I will make you expert in this. Very simple. Only you have to know the basic fundas clearly, and then it is very easy to learn. It is not very complicated. It only appears complicated, but it is not. But until you know the trade-offs, you are not going to be able to understand it. Chemical vapor recompression is an alternative system which is avoiding this vessel, vertical vessel. You have to put 3, 4, 5 किती असतात? 5 पर्यंत असतात, 5, 6, 5, 6 are there nowadays. Now alternatively you can have only one, but then it is not free, huh? There is a compressor, and you are compressing, which calls for energy. So it calls for very expensive compressor. It is like a sitting elephant. हाथी का दाम कम है, इसका कीमत 2 करोड़ रुपया होगा, एक पंप का कीमत. So there is no joke about it. It's very expensive. So you need to design it properly, and then the operation costs are very low in terms of the steam required, in terms of energy required to do the same amount of evaporation compared to multiple effect evaporator. 2 इफेक्ट की जगह 3 इफेक्ट अच्छा, 3 के जगह 4 अच्छा, 4 के जगह 5 अच्छा, 5 के जगह 6 अच्छा. But now everywhere capital cost is going up, right? But now this is like many more than 5, 6. But then obviously the costs are more, complexity is more. So that is the kind of thing. Okay. Since I am talking to you for such a long time, kind of I hate to admit that I love you now. So I will not overload you with this particular optimization problem. But do you know, so far we were talking only about mass. Now we are talking about also energy, enthalpy we are talking about. So we will have to optimize that, without which you will not be able to really solve the problem of vapor compression. And how much to compress? Because have you heard the term psychrometry? The steam table, the chart, water evaporates. Now with pressure, it evaporates differently. It also gives different temperature. So all these complexities are there, which have to be understood before you design this. So don't take it lightly. You also have another technology, agitated thin film dryer, okay, where you are now going to make dry waste powder from the concentrated liquid. And you can also have forward osmosis rather than the reverse osmosis. Idea is not to teach you about these technologies, but just to give you a flavor that these are not simple light bulbs that you are going to replace one in place of other. But these are standalone complex problems by themselves, and operating those for an industry which is a process industry in textile, in food processing, in whatever, in test manufacturing, to give them this responsibility is not easy. Therefore, there is a wise provision now that do all these things in CETP and give them the good quality water. So I think this is a good thing, because CETP people are supposed to be more, or at least we expect them to be more competent, and therefore they will be probably able to give a more optimum solution. And in repeating this everywhere, 100 places in industrial area is not smart idea. Maybe do it at a large scale at one place, so you get 2 benefits. You have expert advice, expert manpower, and benefit of scale. How many people understand what is benefit of scale? Things done at higher scale is cheaper, right? Not always, huh? Mistakes are not. If you do mistakes at large scale, it is not beneficial. But smart things are definitely beneficial. So benefit of scale is a concept in economics. More information, you know where to get. But understand that when you increase the scale, in many technologies you have a benefit. In RO you may not get. Why? Because RO is a modular technology. You understand? I have a pressure cooker which cooks half a kilo of rice. Now I have 20 guests. What do? My wife will put that pressure cooker 5 times, because she doesn't have a large cooker. So RO is like having 5 cookers in a place and then cooking enough rice for people. It doesn't have a benefit of scale. But there are some other issues in which RO can be beneficial in terms of energy, generation of energy in one place, having captive energy, but that discussion we can do later. Anyway. Oh, no, we will not go into that. Again caution. How many of you forgot the caution that you need to be more smart in optimizing? I think nice of you forgot, right? So therefore I put it, that you need to give a iterative solution, okay? One more thing I am suggesting, and this is very interesting for you, Sontake Sahib. You get sludge from CETP. Now, a whole CETP is shown in one box. Okay, arrow coming out of it is showing the sludge coming out of CTP, which is the primary and secondary sludge. Already Yogen Bhai is saying, no, 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 I am wrong. Yeah, he likes that, I know. But the thing is, the problem is that not every CTP's primary sludge can have energy. Not every CTPs of secondary sludge can have energy. Not every industry mix will have this kind of, so it is again case by case. But for textile, for example, this is the situation. And it can change, and we can have a case study for pharmaceutical, for fine chemicals, bulk drugs, blah, 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 blah. For cement, don't bother, no energy. Cement sludge cannot give any energy. So, you know, certain sectors cannot give energy, certain sectors will give enough energy, certain sectors will give less energy. Now, if CETB, let us say 50 MLD, I have to take some number. So I did calculation for 50 MLD. You could say, no, no, my CTP is 10 MLD. Don't bother, that doesn't matter. We can prorate it. But economy of scale will not be there for you. 50 MLD by ballpark is a sludge utilization and converting into energy. The ballpark is 50 MLD. That is what is my understanding today. Let me do mistakes at 4 other design mistakes at the cost of somebody else, obviously. And then I will learn better, and then I will come back and say, no, no, 25 ko bhi ho sakta hai. No, no, below 100 you cannot do it, whatever. Today you can do it by 50. That's what we are thinking. More than 50 is better. So if you start with a CTP, and now the arrow, primary and secondary sludge, nearly 10,000 kilogram per day on dry basis, then you will get 185 cylinders of gas for cooking in the end. What I will do, I can explain to you. I can take another 2 hours and explain to you. There is calculation in each box. Each consumes energy. That energy is subtracted from this, by the way. So this is the net surplus energy generated, which also is important to appreciate. Is everybody with me? You understand? Khana khane ke liye I need some energy, right? Which is equal to 1/4 of chapati. So I should eat 1.25 chapati. खाने में 25.5 chapati चली गई ना. My need is 1 chapati, right? So that is subtracted here already. I have taken care of that, okay? So what you have here now is that if you have a 50 MLD plant, you can get 185 cylinders every day. So how many people are you servicing with 185 cylinders? And this is not an imaginary number. Huh? This is the reality. And the bottling plants and everything and distribution network will be put by HP or BP very happily. They are willing to do it with no extra cost. Only then we need to give them access. And they do neat job, perfect job, because they have a good experience of not creating explosions, not creating any problem. Very good, very clean record they have. So they do it. All this blue cylinder type, all that activity they do. So how many families do you support with this plant? घर में कितना सिलेंडर लगता है महीने में? महीने में 1 सिलेंडर? बहुत ज़्यादा खाते हो? नहीं, I have a small family. I'm sorry. I take back this attack. Okay? So एक महीने में 1 सिलेंडर अगर है, तो how many families? 185 families will take 185 cylinders today, will not come back to me until 1 month. So in a month, 185 multiplied by 30 families, I can help. Are you with me? 185 sounds a small number, but 185 families, if you say in a month, it is far larger than a housing society in which I stay. So huge amount of benefit is possible to get with sludges used with the today's technology. And these technologies are not fine-tuned so far. When everybody start doing it, I bet it will be more than 185. So everywhere energy guzzling will be minimized like that. Okay. Any quick question on this? Yogen bhai should not ask any question because he asked simple questions. Huh? Bolo. Now typical textile industry gives this kind of thing. Yeah.
So if I more biological load, I'll get even larger amount of
Yes,
gas.
if you are-
Theoretically, I am saying.
If
yes.
you are Haldiram, you do much better.
Yeah,
Or if you are a dairy, you will do far better.
yeah, that's
Yes.
what I thought.
Absolutely.
I thought,
Yes.
let me
Yes.
ask
He
you
wanted
this
to hear Haldiram. That's the only thing. He is hungry. Yes.
Thank you.
Very good. Yes, yes, yes. So obviously he is saying that biodegradability of the waste is important, isn't it? And the amount of waste, the kgs of BOD or COD is also important. That's what he is asking. Okay. Going on. Shall I go further? Yeah. The moment you say yes, I feel hurt. It means that it is not interesting, right? No, I take it back. I take it back. Okay. So now, minimization of the carbon footprint is the real intention why people are writing such a law for you. You are not seeing it. India is committed to the global climate change regime. Are you aware about the Paris Convention? The big brother of the world, I will not name it, has washed off his hands. I am saying his means you can imagine whose and who has done it. Washed off his hand the day office was assumed. That day office was assumed. The hands are washed off. India has not done that. India still holds its commitment. Our country is not like that. So therefore, it is important for us to minimize carbon footprint everywhere. One of the areas is wastewater treatment. So ministry made efforts, environment ministry made efforts in their area. They cannot talk about food making, agriculture or some other thing, right? Whatever they are doing, So it's a very good intention. So how many ways can we achieve it? That's the question now. One of the ways, obviously, primary, secondary sludge can be converted to the red color. The compressed biological gas cylinders for domestic consumption. Domestic consumption क्या बड़ी बात है? Many times domestic rates are control rates. If you can definitely give it to the food processing industries or so many other industries, hotels, then you can attract higher rates. The domestic rates are lower. We are supporting domestic. Why? Because poor women in villages or in Jhopadpatti, why should they be subjected to smoke? So it is better that we give them a low cost cylinder and then their health is not affected, their children's health is not affected, the old people in family are saved. So always low cost, making profit is not important. Social benefit also is a profit. Okay, you understand? We should not only always make calculation on the basis of money. Social benefit also is a profit. Other way is the blue color. Primary and secondary sludges can be converted to RDF. RDF is not a bank account, refuse derived fuel. You understand? So it is a refuse derived fuel that can be sold for municipal consumption or power generation or as auxiliary fuel for cement plants or for food processing industry, blah, blah, which obviously can make more profit for the industry. So now as the case law will develop, they will allow a part of the cylinders to go for the lower income segment of society and part of the fuel will go for profit making sector so that it will balance. By the way, this is not a very brilliant idea that I am telling you. It is already done for donkey's years in Mumbai for drinking water. A 5-star hotel will pay several times, 60 times more value than you for that water. हमें तो बिल्कुल पानी की तरह बहाते हैं इसलिए हम ना तो that is the problem, but it is much lower price. Production cost is 20 rupees. We are not even paying 2 rupees. That kind of situation. Understand? But 5-star hotels will pay 100 rupees. So the profit generated from them will balance for the, it's a welfare state. India is a democracy, welfare state. Everything cannot be counted in money. Social welfare, social output is also an output of the government. Yes. Now, such many initiatives can make CTP a sustainable and profitable business. Two terms. It has to be sustainable and it has to be profitable. So let us go to more the segment next time. Now I will like to take a break. have the function, more importantly also have lunch, and फिर मेरा lecture चलेगा, ठीक है? Any, please, बैठो. Yes, बोलिए साहब, बोलिए.
Sir, you mentioned that this RDF can be converted into RDF, but how much is the calorific value of a primary sludge? I can understand from the secondary sludge, the biological sludge, you may get some calorific value of 2,600, something like that.
It is a sector-based question. In paper industry, 60% of the energy consumption can be paid by only processing the RDF from the primary sludge. You know the reason?
Yes, sir.
So it all depends on the sector.
Yeah.
Good question. Yes.
Thank you.
What else?
So one more question is that can CETP earn from the water credits, because that is one more area of business where they can earn from the water credits.
Can you help anybody earn water credits from their work? Can you
Yeah,
help?
we have helped ZS infrastructure
Wonderful.
to earn water credits.
Wonderful. इनको लगा दो अमरावती के पीछे. Yeah, carbon credit. Why only water credit? Both.
Thank you, sir.
बहुत अच्छा. Very good idea. Yes. Who else? Who else?
So just
Ah, yes, sir.
curiosity, I
Yes.
just came to listen you only. So actually about 400,000 MLD is a water supply for our Mumbai city.
Yes.
And statistically how many?
400 MLD?
4,000.
Yes.
4,000 MLD is statistically the water supply for Mumbai city. And how many CTP plants are there, by the way, in total?
Okay. What you are talking about CTP is for industry.
Yes.
And
CTP.
what you are asking question is about the municipal wastewater. That is sewage.
Actually,
There are 7 plants. There are 7 plants for
actually,
sewage.
I'll split my question. The small, say, industries which are not supposed to have their own effluent treatment plant, they can send it to CETP. That is one. So what is the size of their, how much consumption of water they are having? That is one.
Yeah.
The small plants which need not have their ETP, and they can send the things, their effluents to the common effluent treatment plant. That is one.
Good idea. Good
And
idea.
second, that you said sewage is different than effluent treatment plant. Yes, I agree.
They don't appreciate mixing two. Because the reason is
See.
sewage is the sweetest wastewater.
Yeah,
If you mix it with
I
industrial
fully
wastewater,
agree, sir, with you. I fully
Recycling
agree,
is difficult.
and rather we are using it also in many ways. So probably in all common effluent treatment plant plus sewage treatment plant together, where do we stand in Mumbai point of view? Do you need more?
जो है वो अच्छा चलने दो, बाद में इसका डिस्कशन हो सकता है.
No, thank
You
you,
are
sir.
futuristic. I agree with you. जो है वो ठीक नहीं चल रहा है. There are court cases going on. Yes. What else? Chalo. So Yogen bhai, I have done my job. All the youngsters are tired. 32 years, I do not have a single satisfied student in IIT. So I will not ask that question to him. क्यों पूछना है? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Sir, what is this 1
Yeah,
and
please.
2 degrees? 1 and 2 degrees.
Huh?
1 and 2 degrees sludges.
Primary and secondary.
Sir,
Primary and secondary.
okay, sir.
Teachers know shortcut, how to avoid work. So primary, secondary. That's it. Yeah.
We will continue
Yes. After lunch.
after lunch, and then we have the open discussion session. But
Now there is a segment.
Before that, we have a small lifetime achievement award for Mr. Yugen Parikh. And our lifetime achievement award does not mean retirement, it means second inning, like Sachin Tendulkar hits a century and then he continues to hit another. So, Yogen bhai, it's not retirement, it's lifetime achievement award, but to be continued. So, Doctor, Sab, you can say a few words after that. First we will give the award. Dr. Kantawala will do the honors.
and Professor Shyam Oselekar will do the honors. And after that, I will read out the citation, and then Professor Shyam Oselekar will speak a few words about it. Hello. Shri Yogen Jagdish Parikh is currently serving as the director of IEA. He is the past president of IEA. Born on 28 October 1946, he obtained his BSc degree in chemistry from Bombay University and his BS degree in chemical engineering from Illinois, USA. During his illustrious career, Shri Parikh worked with Dr. Deepak Kantawala in EEC, Mumbai, and was responsible for concept to commissioning of several industrial effluent treatment plants. Subsequently, he worked as Associate Director, Environment in Jacobs Engineering India Private Limited in Mumbai. Shri Parikh has 50 years of experience in providing technical professional services and specialty consultation for a broad range of clients in India and globally, including the World Bank, Indian industries, and government agencies. He has experience in all areas of environmental engineering, including industrial water and wastewater treatment, water distribution and sewage collection networks, sewage treatment, air pollution control, solid waste management, hazardous waste management, risk assessments, environmental audits, environmental impact assessments, etc. He has also been involved in preparation of comprehensive documents for the CPCB, New Delhi. He has authored and published several technical papers on environmental management and pollution control. Shri Parikh was the first director of the United States Asia Environment Program, USAEP in short, in India. He has chaired the Committee of Safety, Environmental Health and Safety of Bombay Chamber of Commerce and Industries. He has been on the advisory board of IFAT India, Chemtech, and many professional organizations. He was engaged with the IIT Bombay for 2 decades in their research projects on rejuvenation of lakes and rivers, nature-based solutions, natural treatment systems, and preventive environmental management in industries and municipalities. He has provided his services on several occasions as the guest speaker and external examiner for the undergraduates and postgraduate academic programs at IIT Bombay and Mumbai University. Shri Parikh has been recognized and citizen groups including the Rotary Club and Lokmanya Seva Sangh in Mumbai. He is also the recipient of Hall of Fame award presented by Everything About Water. With his rich experience in design and engineering of ETPs, effluent treatment plants, environmental impact assessment studies, as well as environmental audits and due diligence studies, Shri Parikh is well known for his leadership in environmental engineering technical professional services. While recognizing his immense and continuing contribution to the profession and for mentoring environmental students and young professionals, the Indian Environmental Association is pleased to present this Lifetime Achievement Award to Shri Yogen J. Parikh in Navi Mumbai on 6 February 2026. Thank you all and wish him best for the second inning. Professor Asolekar would like to speak a few words about Yogen Parikh.
There are many things that we have worked together, Yogen Bhai and myself. Much of the activity was through IEA. Mothers and grandmothers. Yogen Bhai is somebody of everyone around him. Having said that, it is a fact that he really cares about women around him. Those all are his family members. That's how he deals with them. In my group, he used to tell people without knowing that he does not know enough Marathi. And most of my students are not from Maharashtra, but he would say, "Hey, समजून घ्या आणि बघा तुम्ही कुठे पोचाल." Student goes nowhere because he doesn't understand Marathi. But he would say that to everybody. This is a standard thing he would tell. He would routinely challenge and help my students. On a personal note, they used to call him IE Mama. What is IE Mama? Just like Mama is police in our country, right? In our, especially Mumbai language. So he used to ask poking questions to students. So therefore they used to call him Mama. But IE Mama because Indian Environmental Association Mama. When they told him, when is IE Mama coming? I said, then you tell him, Jaiye. No, 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 sir, Indian Environmental Association, Mama. Ah, I said, okay, okay. He is coming afternoon, he is not coming in the morning. So he would come, sit for 4 hours, discuss with students, go away. Whenever there is a field visit, he would come with us. Whenever there is presentation of students, master's exam, the progress exams, he would come. No one should take Yogen Bhai lightly. That is one thing that I have learned. The man will be making jokes half the number of times, but don't take him lightly. He may appear to be light-hearted though. He is one intense person. Before sitting in the chair in my office at IIT Bombay, Yogen Bhai would start giving comments on and ask questions about the email he received that morning. He is a free man, he has nothing to do, so he will sit in his car for 1.5 hours, come to my lab, and then he will read everything in his handset or laptop, and then start shooting questions. He was involved with us for 20 years at IIT Bombay. Almost nearly everything that we did, he used to take interest. If really his work is put together, the contribution that he has made, he would have earned 4 PhDs in IIT Bombay. That much work he has done. Yes. You never asked for it. Many persons are like great knowledge and experience-based persons. They have great knowledge to start with. Only handful walk on the path of knowledge. Jnana Margi, there is a very good word in Marathi. They walk on the path of knowledge. Yogen Bhai is one such person who I notice learning all the time. We are felicitating a person who is a permanent student in my backyard at age 80. You have a student at age 80. You know that Yogen Bhai is a man belonging to several organizations. IEA is the most favorite baby for him, obviously. But there are many more. He is associated with education institutions, citizens groups, old homes, Gramin Mahila Bank, don't ask me why, and self-help groups of women in Maswad, AIWC Working Women Hostel, many associations that he is associated with. Whenever he goes, anywhere anyone he meets, Yogen Bhai will learn something from that person, from that place, from that experience. Silently connect groups and arrange help, finances, donations, etc. and never tell a word about it. I doubt whether his wife also would know that who he has helped. Yogen Bhai is a giver, and that's one great thing that I am trying to learn from Yogen Bhai. He is my mentor, that's why I am mentioning it to you. The second very important person in my life is sitting in front of me, and Dr. Kantawala, and these are my mentors. I am very fortunate. If at all you think that I am better, it's only because my teachers are better. The people who made me are better. He is one person who lives by the so-called Brahma Vakya, Akshara Brahma, because he reads everything, literally. Last life, he must have been probably the white ant, eating papers. He reads anything, everything you give him, a 300, 200 page thesis he will read from top to bottom. Yogen Bhai truly believes in idam na mama. Never owns success, never owns anything. He is always willing to give the credit to somebody else. Everything it appears he possesses is due to someone else. He would all the time tell me, you know what, this thing was taught to me by Kantawala. You know what, I was in a project proposal discussion, and the engineer coming from RC made this. Then I met RC and asked him this question, and I learned from it. Or he would say that, you know what, I am sitting in Naik Sahib's office, and this is what they are doing. I like this feature. Everything, something is happening. He's always watching how people are doing good things. DP Mishra, his boss in Jacobs, he would always say, oh, Mishra Sahib ne this sikhaya, because he was classical chemical engineer. This is a chemical engineer, but a classic environmental person. So always there is something to learn. He learned a lot from his father. I met his father several times at his home. Bhageshri Vaini, his wife, even his junior colleagues. One of them is sitting here. Where is Anna Chatre? Ah, he is here. Ah, okay. So Mahesh is here. He would always say, this is a nice thing Mahesh did for me. He would learn even from my PhD students. Anybody and everybody, no bar. He thinks he is the person with least knowledge. That is what is the sign of person walking on the path of knowledge. Otherwise, everybody has some experience. Some people have more of bad experience and more of good experience, more of good knowledge, more of useless knowledge. Anything is possible, but he is a person who thinks he doesn't know much and he has to learn more. His wife, Bhageshri Vaini, Yogen Bhai's wife, is a retired family court judge. She is a woman of letters. What does she not do? She does everything. She writes books. She reads, a voracious reader. She paints beautiful paintings. She also even copies Ravi Verma, thinking that I will learn something by doing that. She is a sculptor. She is deep in music. Tell me what she doesn't do. Yogen Bhai's interest in multiple human arts are complemented by his wife, Bhageshri Vaini. They have a virtuous daughter-in-law and virtuous son-in-law and a beautiful, highly educated granddaughter in front of whom Yogen Bhai keeps his mouth shut because she is a lawyer. She practices law in Switzerland, in Geneva, right? In Geneva? Ah. So you have all good things to know about Yogen Bhai from me, but one bad thing I did not share with you. Everything is good in Yogen Bhai. Hardly, obviously his hair could have been black. He could have been as tall as Amitabh Bachchan, but it's okay. Chalega. We'll accept. But the real thing is that he is a graduate of IIT, but not Bombay IIT. IIT Chicago हम तो गिनते नहीं हैं. So he is an undergraduate chemical engineer from IIT Chicago, Illinois Institute of Technology, Chicago. He is a fine chemical engineer and one of the very good examples for me that what a chemical engineer can do for environment. That's what Yogen Bhai is a living example. We love you, Yogen Bhai. What more can I say? And it is so great to see that Yogen Bhai is getting such felicitation. The entire idea was mooted by Naik Sahib, and thank you Naik Sahib for having such an intelligent idea that let us get it done now. If you asked me, I would have said, baad mein karenge, but you know that baad mein never happens. So doing it urgently is very important, which you have done. Thank you so much.
Give a big hand. Give a big hand.
I don't think कुछ लोगों को बोलना है.
You speak.
Thank you very much, everybody. I am at a loss for words, which usually happens on such occasions to everybody. Today, of course, I am 80 years old, but 2026 also happens to be golden jubilee of my meeting Dr. Kantawala. Please don't get up. It's been exactly 50 years. Doctor, I walked into your office, you remember when? 50 years back. Exactly 50 years. And our association probably is the strongest bond. People use the word friend, philosopher and guide. He was my mentor, he is my guide, he is philosopher. But okay, our gurus can also be your friend. So we have now become so close, and I think almost every day we need to speak to each other, even now. I was also fortunate, if I may say so, that I had, let's say, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. So Dr. Kantawala, Mr. D.P. Mishra you mentioned about, and Professor Asolekar. These three are my Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesh. And whatever I am here today is all credit to these three gentlemen. whatever faults, mistakes, that's all mine. All the positive things that you see are given by these three gentlemen and many more. If I start taking names, there will be no end to it. But these are the three major. And Nayak said, we are giving lifetime achievement. Lifetime is mine. Achievement belongs to not only these three, but probably hundreds of people who work with me, who helped me do whatever I was doing, and they tolerated me. And there are, I think, about 20 of them, probably, or more than 20 in this auditorium, who have been cursing me all my life, and they'll keep on cursing. I don't mind that. But they have really helped me, whatever the word they are using, achievement. If there is any achievement, it's not mine, it belongs to all these people and all these friends of mine. I think every year, every program that I have, you all have come and tolerated whatever I speak or say or whatever I do, and I'm really grateful to all of you. Uh, I was thinking that I will announce my retirement today, but then Buralkar Saab said, no, it is beginning of 2.0. I don't know, you will have to tolerate me if I listen to him, maybe a few more years, and that will give me an opportunity to learn. That is why, if at all I will continue, it will be to learn, not to do anything else. Because there is so, as he said rightly, I'm always looking for things to learn, and IEA activities are also a lot of things to learn. But thank you everybody, thank you everybody. I'll remember this day all my life. Thank you so much.
Break for lunch, 45 minutes.
Okay, we will break for lunch for 45 minutes. It's right behind. And,
Doctor would like to speak to you.
oh, 1 second, I forgot one thing. All 50 years I have listened and done whatever he has been telling me. Only one time I did not listen to him was when he interviewed me and offered me a job. He said, Yogen, don't take the job. I did not listen to him and I took the job, and I'm so happy, doctor, that I did not listen to you.
My wife says that I always like to have the last word. So I thought I'll have the last word. It has been a pleasure to have Yogen with me for such a long time. The first time he came, I remember in my office, I said, you are a chemical engineer, what will you do here?
I said I wanted to learn the spelling of environment, and I'm still learning.
I almost told him not to take the job.
Yeah, you told me don't take this job.
I
I'm
said,
offering you, but
don't take this job. But he hung around, and I've been very happy to have him with me. 50 years? How many
50 years, doctor.
50 years. And it has been a pleasure to have him with me, to work with me, and all the best.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much.
I think here is the DP Mishra sir, whom Yogen Parikh is trying to see about whether Brahma, Vishnu or Math, I do not know. But yes, he is the DP Mishra.
In fact, I got up and was talking there. Mr. Mishraji was online. He was very apologetic that he is not able to come, but he wished me well, and he always wishes me well. It's been 32 plus years with Mishraji, and maybe close to 40 years with Shyam, right? 40 years probably that we have known each other. So thank you, everybody. 45 minutes for lunch, and then we'll come back.
Yeah, we'll disperse for lunch now. Come back, listen to Professor Asolekar, and have question answer session. It's open discussion. Yeah, panel discussion, open to all. Yeah.
whatever you would like to call it. I would request all of you to come up front as far as, because as it happens everywhere, after lunchtime the attendance reduces, so we have a lot of places here. Please come a bit forward. I think Shyam Asolekar sir has to continue his talk. Where is Asolekar sir? Shyam, are you around somewhere? Okay, the program would be that Professor Asolekar would continue with his talk, and once he has finished, we will have an open house, question answer session. You can ask whatever you would like to ask, or if somebody wants to say a few things, we would welcome all of you to let it be an interactive session, and then we would request all of you to contribute to the session. But bear in mind, it is not a commercial opportunity to come and talk about your product or your company, but talk about the technology or ask questions about the technology, and we would be very happy. And after the session, we will have maybe whatever time it takes, we will have high tea and then disperse. Yes, sir. So good, Professor Asolekar is here. Would you move forward and then we'll start? Yes, sir.
Okay. They sent police to bring me here. I was just having nice time outside, and but police are not here now. The people who came to pick me up, they went away. Okay. So yes. So the third portion is about the elements of business model. How can you make CETPs profitable? Anything can be made profitable. The challenge is profitable and sustainable. That is the real challenge. Otherwise, anybody can make anything profitable. That is not an issue. So what are the elements of profit-focused business model? CETPs are not really seen as a business, although several CETPs are standalone business entities. They already are. They are given loan by banks. They have membership of industries, but still we are not seeing them as a business. IEA is committed to making environmental protection a sustainable and responsible business. And if you only remain on somebody's subsidy or somebody's donation, the thing dies out in few years. We want to make it as a business, standalone business, so that venture capital can be pumped into this area and we can do a defendable technology and management. What could be profit focused, what would really the profit focus mean? There are key elements of 5 key elements: optimizing operational efficiency, strategic pricing, customer relation, controlling the overhead costs, and diversify for revenue streams. In fact, the fifth one is the most important one, that now you need to diversify. In what sense? That you need to find new avenues to make profit, so that the basic cost of CETP and the servicing of the loan can be done more comfortably. Otherwise, today we are only depending on the member industries payment, which alone is not enough to modernize the plant, because so long as you are outside the jail, So long as it is compliant as per the Pollution Control Board definition, they are happy. Now the problem is going to be now that pollution control boards have now shifted the finish line. Now they want far better quality of compliance, far better quality of operation, far higher level of technology. So because of that, now you have a big problem, and we are going to see a lot of changes. But again, the concept remains same, how to make a business with profit. So profit focus has to be now brought into the design, creation, maintenance, operation of CETP. That is what is the discussion topic. How to shift a business towards a profit focused mode. That is a basic question that we are basically discussing here. A profit focus is a business. In a business means prioritizing activities. If you do everything and anything, and if you try to make everybody happy, then you remain unhappy. So therefore, it is important that we need to prioritize the activities that increase the company's financial gain by maximizing, say, revenue, reducing costs, and improving overall margins. That is where basically, so any business would see this as a strategy, and you cannot have another strategy for CTP if you want to run CTP as a business. If you want to run it as only this public service, then it can go on. That is not an issue. But that is not really achieving the result that we want. It essentially emphasizes long-term financial stability and sustainable growth rather than just increasing the turnover. Because if you make a bigger CTP, you are 20 MLD today, I make it tomorrow 50 MLD, later I make 100 MLD. Doesn't mean that you are going to be able to make profit. Sir, today basal mala comfortable bench bag. So if you really have that, then only increasing the turnover cannot be the remedy for making anything profitable. There are so many other complicated things that you will have to think about. If you really compare profit focus versus growth focus, let us say one of the aspects, there are 4 typical aspects. One of the aspects is primary goal. So profit focus and growth focus would have a different idea or different focus altogether, and not every goal or every aspect can be really supported by a profit motive or growth motive. But businesses often do not go only for profit or only for growth. They always try to balance. So for CETBs also, both things will have to be balanced. You cannot simply take a singular approach and hope that you will be able to make CETPs profitable. 4 strategies for making CETPs profitable. 4 pillars of the proposed business model are, I'm going to give 1, 2, 3, 4. The first is use suitable technologies and go as near as possible to ZLD. Now all Lakir ke Fakir will say, but regulation says ZLD. But now for so many years, people were pouring their half-treated wastewater as gardening water, and then nobody was questioning them that whether it is really ZLD. So I think now it clearly says you can't do that. Now therefore, we will have to first settle with as close as near zero situation. You cannot make 100% zero on first day, but you have to walk on that path. So if you really go for the near zero situation, this will generate reuse water, first of all. But it will be of different grades and it will be for different applications. That is where the trick is now, that you identify what grades of water are required by the industry, the member industries, and what kind of applications are they really looking for. You create that water and then you supply that, sell it to the member industries. This will also save energy for them, because otherwise they will have to do super treatment, the process water treatment, which is very expensive if you really want to do, because then it generates, for example, if you have a DM plant, then if you do DM water, then that demineralization reject stream, what to do with it is a question. Same thing with RO, same thing with filtration, membrane filtration. So I can go on now that you will have these kind of things. So therefore, it is important that you use suitable technologies and go as near as possible at ZLD in the premises of CETP and give them those grade water. This regulation is silent on telling, or it is not telling by the way, whether you can put it in tanker and give it to the industry. Because while getting you have to get a pipeline, but while sending it is not saying anything. Use this opportunity, create high quality water, which you can put in boilers, which you can do something, and then give it to them. Or you do even further detailing in terms of what kind of services can you give to them. The second thing is generate energy by processing primary and secondary sludges, which is another thing that you can do. Save disposal cost for disposal of sludges, try to get carbon credits, minimize carbon footprint, and maybe become carbon positive. So these are the opportunities that you have. You can really do this. That not only you do it, but you can do rebranding of yourself as a carbon positive business. And in fact, the one plant that is likely to get now approval is a 130 MLD plant in Gujarat, which will become carbon positive if the things go in the way we are trying to do. So it is possible to make carbon positive, and that is important for you, because as I was telling you that 50 MLD plant produces 185 cylinders every day. Those 85 cylinders are not required, 185 cylinders, for operating the plant if you convert that into electricity. So energy equivalent is positive. So maybe only 160 are required, but 185 becomes energy positive. So that kind of thing. So you can make it carbon positive. It doesn't have to be electricity to electricity. It could be resource to resource, or only heat source to heat source, or fuel to fuel. You can do that. So that is the way you can think about it in a more creative way. So I told you two things. Use suitable technology and generate energy. Third thing is reclaim sewages by taking municipality water from nearby. In fact, a plant which is 130 MLD, we are trying to get 85 MLD sewage from the corporation and then make a 200, 210, 225 MLD plant for reclaiming water and selling it to municipality also, and also for toilet flush secondary grade scale water and grade water, and also industries for industrial estate wants to grow, so take sewage water and give it to them. You don't have to get a river water, fresh river water. So these elements are there and it is possible to do. This will generate inexpensive reuse water of different grades for industrial and municipal application. Sell it and make profit. That is possible, because sewage water is the sweetest water to recycle. If you give me opportunity to take a wastewater from industry versus wastewater from toilet, I will go for toilet, because that is the easiest water to treat. It is the sweetest water to treat. If I drink, like Mumbai has 60, 70, 80 milligram per liter of salt. Now if you put in my intestine, I will not be able to make it 300. So my sewage water is going to be 300 after use, which is not a drinking water in Aurangabad. Aurangabad drinking water is 400 to start with. At time t is equal to 0, in my tap it is 400. So if I put it in my system, it becomes 750, 800. Even 800 is not bad, because Jaipur has 800 as a drinking water. See what I'm trying to say, there are grades and grades. So don't think that, how can I use the water which is used by human being. That is the best water to use actually, because disinfection is very easy. And no matter what methodology you use or what source of water you use, you need to do disinfection, otherwise your cooling towers, your heat exchangers will get biological film. So anyway, disinfection is necessary. So it is an unavoidable operation which you will have today, whether you start with industrial wastewater or municipal wastewater. So become half smart, get industrial municipal wastewater, let industries use it, make money out of it. Municipalities will give you very happily, because they are unable to treat. Government should allow you if they are intelligent, which most of the time they are not, because they want money out of it now. The moment you say you are going to sell it, they want money out of it. We did it in Mumbai for Rashtriya Chemicals and Fertilizers. We took money. We went to court. They tried to get money. And same thing is happening in Ahmedabad. Same thing is happening in Surat. Same thing is happening in Baroda. So people are trying to get money out of them just because they think that they will make money. See, for me, you don't have, I don't have money is not a problem. You make money is a problem for me. So that is how the mentality is that way, that I do not want you to become profitable. That's the whole thing. And then we don't see in a three-dimensional manner, we only see unidimensional manner. That's the problem. The fourth strategy is generate steam using reuse water. Now I have, see, I am working under a smart government, hopefully. And I am working also with a smart pollution control board, hopefully. So now they will allow me, they will promote me. So I am generating 100 MLD flow for my CTP, but I am getting another 100 MLD from city. I am making 200 MLD plant. I have a good quality reuse water. Now everything is very nice actually, absolutely Ramayan, Ram Rajya. Now what do? I take that water, sell it. But not only I sell it, I also make steam out of it. So I take a 20 MLD flow separately, I remove phosphorus, I remove silica, I give it to high pressure boiler, I put a absolutely superheated best steam I can get, I can give it to industry, and they will be more than happy to get it from me, because running a boiler is a job for them. I am doing their job. I am not talking hollow. We are going to do it in a 20 MLD plant in Gujarat now. So it is possible to do it. Only thing is that how do we really, convince it as a movement? One or two enthusiastic people will do it. Say, kitna bhi paisa lagne do, lagao, karenge. So people can be enthusiastic, but can we make it as a movement and as a business model is a question. That is why I spend my time and told you how many ways can you make money, can you make profit. Now somebody will have to put this whole thing together, and then please don't divulge to them that a professor is telling this. But they say that he doesn't know how to count his salary, and why do you believe that his business model will work? So please don't embarrass me and don't embarrass yourself. But this idea is good, I am telling you. Use this idea and you will be able to really make profit using this, because this is doable. I know technology, I know how to do it. I know people are doing it in bits and pieces. Somebody else in industry is doing it only one part of it. Out of four elements I have given you, I only brought them together. So I am just showing you it as a necklace, but beads are already there. They are operational. People are using those beads. It is not any great imagination that I am giving you. Very simple thing I am telling, but nobody has done it, therefore it sounds new. So thank you. Are there any questions? If there are good questions, ask Yogen Bhai. Any questions? You have to stand. You have to stand and give the mic. Okay.
मला
येतो तुमच्याकडे मी.
मला एक साधा प्रश्न विचारायचा
Please,
आपल्याला
please.
की भविष्यामध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणात डेटा सेंटर येणार आहेत. डेटा सेंटर,
हां,
मग डेटा सेंटरला मोठ्या प्रमाणात पाणी सुद्धा लागणार आहे,
बरोबर.
वॉटर लागणार आहे. आणि
हे वॉटर कस्टडी डोमेस्टिक यूज?
हां, डोमेस्टिक यूज नाही, त्या पूर्ण डेटा सेंटरला हां कुलिंगसाठी.
करेक्ट. हां.
मग अशा वेळेला ते पाणी रिसायकल करण्यासाठी आपल्याकडे काय आहे, तंत्रज्ञान काय आहे, नवीन टेक्नॉलॉजी काय आहे?
कूलिंग वॉटर रियूज करणं
कारण मोठ्या प्रमाणात त्याचं रिसायकल सुद्धा होणं गरजेचं आहे.
सोप आहे. कूलिंग वॉटर रियूज करणं सोपं आहे फार.
हां,
You can treat cooling water and again treat it. You need membrane process, and you need to remove silica. You need to microorganisms which may get incorporated in cooling process, and it may also have dust particles.
ते पाणी ड्रिंकिंग साठी वापरू शकतो का?
If you are talking about cooling water, stick to cooling water.
ओके
Process to process, P to P.
Okay.
Recycling is easiest.
ओके ओके,
But you
धन्यवाद.
need to do disinfection.
हां,
Because if you don't do disinfection, then there will be film formation on your cooling tower.
ओके, धन्यवाद.
Your proposition is very attractive. I hope the industries will take it up.
One
So
industry has
the
taken it already.
ATPs and CETPs also be functioning successfully. My experience goes in somewhere in Wada, one small unit, they don't have ATP, but I'm coming different point. So whatever the discharge they throw, it has become very beneficial to agriculture, boosting the agriculture around, So all that effluents, maybe certain industries, they're boosting the crop. There may be enzymatic discharges into that. I do not know the characterization of the sludge at that point. Is it been from section to section, plant to plant?
If you open logbook,
characterization of the sludge, Some sludge could be very useful, as I have said. But nobody talks about using this sludge to transfer upon to the agriculture operations.
Nutrient recycling is a big topic. Yeah, Nathan. Nutrient recycling is a big topic, you know that. If you ask Pollution Control Board, can I take my sludge and put it on the ground? Then there is a procedure used by Pollution Control Board about the receiving body. Now, if you don't have a river, you don't have a lake, can you put it on ground? Then there are certain standards that you have to meet. It is not easy, huh? Now, same thing with also wastewater. The treated wastewater can be put. See, today, how do you think sugarcane growers are growing sugarcane in Western Maharashtra? Are you giving them drinking water? Are you giving them potable water? Are you giving them clean Krishna river? Are you giving them clean Panchaganga river? No, it is dilute sewage. Accept it. But if suppose you say that Sontakke Sahib, I have a dilute sewage, can I put it in farm? He will say no, because law does not allow him to do that. So, without permission, we are used to do wrong things. We are used to doing that. Which goes in a broader topic called as water mining.
So Katawala and I were involved in Surat recycle plants. Doctor will remember, yes.
Yeah.
Can I take a couple of
to
minutes?
Possible to do, there is no doubt.
I'll take a few minutes.
Bola.
Sir mentioned about water which is beneficial to the crops or whatever. Doctor will remember, Doctor, the first plant we did for NDDB in Anand. And whatever the standards were there, we were meeting the required standards and the water was then discharged. 6 months later, Doctor rang up the director, Mr. Sen, I believe, right? Director NDDB. And we asked him, sir, how is the plant running? So he didn't sound very enthusiastic. He said, no, plant is doing fine. I'm meeting all the standards. So doctor told him, but why are you looking so diffident, down? He says, the problem is when I was discharging untreated dairy wastewater, the grass was growing this tall. Now you have removed all the benefits out of that water and now grass is now not growing as much. So my cows have become leaner and they are not giving me as much milk and my profits have gone down because of your plant. So we said that these are the rules and regulations. So he said, let's go to Delhi. Doctor went to Delhi to talk to the ministry. They said nothing doing. This 100 BOD or those days 130 BOD to 30 BOD. No, they refused to give dilution. So to answer you.
But you are talking about a very special case. That I am making kaju katli. And you want to use my wastewater, which is good, very good actually. But such thing doesn't happen usually. Industrial wastes are not that innocuous. Yes. Anybody else?
I think either your lecture was absolutely clear or it was absolutely misunderstood or not understood.
Mahesh Satre has a question.
Mahesh has a question.
But he has decided not to ask.
Doctor, you were talking about various technologies, especially the concentration technologies like MVR, ATFD and all. Very true. But finally, what do we do about the final residue?
That is where you need to go inside the process and as far as possible eliminate the occurrence of high TDS. That's the first thing. I'll tell you, live question I'm telling you, is there anybody that you can tell me who will optimize my DM plant? If you say yes, today evening I'll tell him where to go. But the fellows who are selling DM plant are not willing to optimize it. Is there anybody you know who can optimize my cooling tower? If you say yes, much bigger than this hall is a cooling tower. And such 11 cooling towers are there in the industry. And the fellows who sell cooling tower do not want to optimize it. Well, optimizing cooling tower is a very knowledge-based process. They only do nomograms and tables, just like buying a refrigerator. They don't answer technical questions. I don't know whether they can read even psychrometric charts. I can tell you very bluntly. So in this country, people are busy selling things and having foreign, what you call, agencies of equipment, but they don't understand anything out of it. I'm very sorry, very sorry. This is absolutely incompetent people are selling equipment. They don't know how to optimize the systems, and they give what they can sell. They don't give what is required for the industry. They give a solution. I am looking for the solution, my friend. This is my problem. I'm telling you, I'm not joking. Give me a name of person. I talk to the managing director of the company. They are not willing to do it. They say, oh, we don't know. Once we have sold, then the company doesn't operate properly. I said, fine. You take your fee. Let us re-optimize it now. You optimize once you claim, right? Oh, but I will be involved now, and you will have to convince me. So whose side you will be there? I said, I am opposite side of you. I am on the side of company. Now you convince me that what you are giving is optimum, which they are not giving. And I am telling you, you give me a cup of coffee, I will tell you the name of the company also, because I am really very unhappy. Yeah, I am telling you, there is no joke about it. No. People just don't want to do right business. You don't know how to optimize RO cascade. You know what is the answer? The RO sealer. Where are my friends? Ajit Khandeshi will agree with me, because we both dealt with that. They do not know how to optimize RO cascade. They say this is a software which the company which is giving us the system, they tell us it is. What are the elements of your optimization? No answer. What is the objective function of optimization? No answer. No, this is very cheap now what we are giving you. I said, is it cheapest? No answer. No. There is no technology in this country. People only wear very expensive suits and sit in the offices and give some foreign technology to me, thinking that I am an uneducated fellow. Sorry. Aisa nahi chalega. A company will go buy because they don't have educated manpower. But if they by mistake put a right consultant, that consultant will make their neend haram, because he knows what he is talking about. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. RO plant आप नहीं कर सकते हो, forward osmosis आप optimize नहीं कर सकते हो. You don't know whether ATFD is better or 5 stage or 6 stage ME better. You don't know. Because you are now selling MVR, you are saying this is better technology. MVR has limitations, you know that. क्या बात कर रहे हैं हम? This is no best of the best chemical engineers, best of the best environmental engineers, best technical manpower, best chemists, best laboratories, all are there with us. But not one is having their own MS, GS equipment. They are all imported. This is your problem. Go to China, tell me they are using Fisher chemicals, they are using Millipore, they are using Shimadzu. You show me in China. मान लूँगा आपकी बात में. I spent 15 days in China with Academy of Sciences in China. They have their own equipment. You have not done your own work of, part of innovation, your own part of manufacturing. Nozzle नहीं है, nozzle incinerator के अपने पास. We are selling incinerator, not selling nozzle. If somebody goes and gets it done in Punjab, in some laboratory, we don't believe that person. Say, no, this is 3D printed. Why do I care about 3D printed where there is a piece of metal has one hole? I don't understand. Who are we fooling really? No. We have not really asked difficult questions to ourselves, sir. That's where we are standing where we are standing. My engineer has to be 10 times more knowledgeable than the counterpart coming from Western country sitting in front of me. Then I will see, then I will tell you who is Vishwaguru. You calling yourself Vishwaguru or saying that I am the best of the best, or I am this and that. This is not a zoo that I am saying I am the best. That is not. We have to have 10 times more knowledge. Then people will accept you and they will not play games with you. You show me, you play games with Chinese company, I challenge you. फिर मैं देखता हूँ. They will not accept what you say. They will want you to, they will ask, show me the equation. What optimization have you done? They will start asking you like that. Show me the routine. अपने पास तो people are doing it by the answer that they get on internet from the company. है कि नहीं? RO जाके देखो. You buy RO, then you will realize. Very few people will have their own capabilities. And they may not get best business in our country, by the way, those who have developed that ability. Because they may not have foreign name with them. Go inspect whether India is really free. Anybody else?
Important topic you are discussing, but how seriously we are the persons in operations are taking into consideration. 113 CETP in Maharashtra? 113? 130?
Only 30.
Why on the record we told by the minister 113?
CETP you are talking about?
Yeah, yeah. How many are operational?
150, 175 in the country.
Okay, how many in Maharashtra? How many are operational? Are they 27 are operational. Fully? Okay, good it is. Then what I was seeing at Tarapur sometime, then the Lote Parishram that side also was 60 side. I know the results may be better now. But getting a cue from this, if this is done, I think we agrarian of Maharashtra can be saved to some extent, and the rivers can be, So it's a very important issue. I'll come to other aspects also. We have been taking abundant water from the rural Maharashtra. There's Palghar and Thane, so many dams, and now more proposals for what is this, Gargai, Pinjal. And if Mumbai Corporation learns to, what you say, recycle, reuse the water, I think 35-40% if recovered, that's about 1800 MLDs. If that is being recovered, I think many needs could be made. You don't have to go for another huge expensive dams against the ecological developments.
No, Sawant sir, you are right actually. The difficulty is that, the fire is at one place and water source is at another place. So I cannot douse the fire. So therefore, this new regulation of CETP has really solved a problem.
Yeah.
That what are they expecting? That whatever water you have in your CTP, it is expected that now that it goes back to the member industry.
Exactly.
That is where the fire there and water here problem is not there now. But now, Naik Sahib and I was discussing whether
Our experience is very bad and
people
we are
will
suffering.
be able to do it.
That should stop sometime now with the advanced technologies.
He is not afraid of technology. He will very happily put technology. The question is, if one person puts it, it is not enough. Everybody has to be forced. Then only they will do it. Problem is, it's a collective problem.
Compelling forces, you see, we are very comfortably enjoying the water drawn from 130 kilometers. Very comfortably. Nobody thinks of saving. Forget the conservation also, And as long as you draw it against creating a drought in the situations there, it's a very bad situation. When the corporations like Mumbai or many over, like say 29 municipal corporations, nobody has waste to energy treatment plant. They're damaging our resources. There are only regulations.
Just on a side
2016 regulation. What is happening? It was compelled to do that. Nobody is doing it. So it's recovery of the water from the Mumbai city. Why it is not made compulsory? There has to be compulsion until the nature will start talking about it. Will you wait till then? Nature tells you where to recover your water that you're using. Thank you.
Take on that.
Hello, sir. Nice to meet you, sir. Asalekar, sir. I have seen you years before. Sir, I had this doubt. I am also an LC expert. as you see that the carbon market is emerging and there have been talks about it, how do you see this in because CETP at the end of the day, I mean, carbon is just one aspect to it. A whole life cycle assessment needs to be done.
Water, energy,
Yeah.
lots of things you can think of, yes.
Yeah, so you don't see the other environmental impacts to be accounted in any time future. That is one thing. Second thing is the biggest challenge when CTP is definitely a good concept, but the biggest challenge is the differing nature of the various ways that come into that
Yes, correct,
sector.
correct.
So technologically, how do we tackle this? Because everything has a different pH, different composition, etc., so that it comes on the same level. In these years of research, do you see a solution to this issue, that which is the most haunting issue when it comes to a CETP compared to a normal ETP? So that
Shall I
is,
tell you, you said something very brilliant
Yeah.
indirectly. See, the whole problem is the scarcity of starters. If you create a good example anyway, I tell you, then it will spread like a fire, because within pollution control regulators also, lack of not having even one good example binds their hands, because then there is a step opposite counter narrative is developed by saying this is overkill. See, the whole thing is that if you give them one good example, then they will say, वो कर सकता है, आप क्यों नहीं कर सकते? So you are right actually, and people like you can definitely, start somewhere doing some. I don't know. I don't have any intelligence, more intelligence than anybody to tell you what you should do. But even if a part of the company you can earn credits, and generally part is not appreciated when you go for carbon credit. But if there is a way of bundling it, that 20 paces you bundle, just like for agriculture we have done, just like hydroelectric we have done, just like small hydel we have done. So same way, if you are able to do it for this, then you will write new history for India.
Okay.
सुनो मेरी बात, करो एक बार, करके देखो.
So, sir, there are a lot of working committees that work behind such kind of regulations. I mean, even the carbon market that is coming up, even WRI and various organizations are involved. So, is it possible to communicate this aspect? I mean, this is a very crucial aspect that is coming. Because unless and without that, I don't think the change is coming, apart from we speaking in various conferences. Isn't it communication also? You are coming from IIT. So, is it possible to communicate it from the academic side? Because that will also create an impact. So that is one thing I wanted to.
Yes. Answer is yes, it's a good idea. I may not be the best of the best person, but I can make my effort. But I am not the person like me is not the right person. They will not respect. The reason is that they always love corporate sector. So corporates have different ball game in terms of size.
Yes.
So what I told you is going for a micro project and bundling them to create a size, which they have not done so far in their whole life.
Yeah.
They never helped any farmers. They never helped any micro hydels. But India is number one in these kind of projects. China also could not beat us. We are number one in that. So that's why I'm giving you a suggestion. If you go in that direction, maybe you will write new history. But no corporate will be impressed with this kind of ideas. Because they can sit in AC room and write 5 times better presentation than me. They will not agree.
Just last thing, sir. I am also a PhD student from IIT Bombay itself. I am working under Anand Rao, sir, from Sitara.
Sitara, Shabbas.
Thank you, sir.
Best of the best person. Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank you, sir.
Who else? Okay then.
Thank you, Professor. Very enlightening lecture for those who paid attention. For others, it was probably a good sleeping pill, if I may use the word. But anyway, good. Dr. Shah Madhukar, can I request you to please honor Professor Rasolekar with a memento? We are really very grateful to Dr. Kantawala that in spite of his ill health, he has not been keeping well today, but he promised that I will come, and he has come here under great effort. He is the senior most member today in our association, past president, senior most member probably in the environmental fraternity with the maximum experience. I think most of us are his students at some stage or other. Some have been with him since his MS University days as a professor there. Some have been like me with him in his business days, and some of you might have joined him after his retirement. But all of us have at some stage or other worked under him, learned from him, have been guided by him. And really it's a great honor and pleasure to have him amongst us. And I would request Madhukar to please honor Dr. Katawala with a thank you for coming.
It is always a pleasure to attend these conferences and meet our friends. I'm very grateful to both Yogen and Madhu for giving me this honor. Thank you very much for conducting the event so well. And I hope that we will see you again and again.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, everybody, for attending this conference. Thank you, the organizers of this Envirotech, Bhageshri and Akshay. Yeah, we break for tea. We have high tea now, and then we can disperse. During high tea, you are welcome to ask questions.
मैं चाय के बाद निकल सकता हूँ? हाँ हाँ चाय के बाद मिलते हैं